The school board work session will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 5 minutes. The school board work session begins in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 2 minutes. The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning. I now call the August 20th, 2026 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. At this time, the board is going to take a brief recess for a private attorney-client session that was advertised, and then we will come back, and we have changed the agenda to do the reproductive health item first so that you in the community do not have to sit through. You're more than welcome to sit through the rest of our business, but if you would like to leave after that. So we have changed it so it will be the first item when we come back. So we will take a brief recess at 9:01 a.m. Thank you. Good morning. We will reconvene at 9:40 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. Mirroring and modeling how our students begin each day, I ask that you please pause with us for a moment of silence. I will now read our board commitment statement. We are the Marion County School District Leadership Team. When we come together to work, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first, and we will leave a legacy of success. I will ask now the school board attorney to explain the rules for this public workshop. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Good morning and thank you. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the rights for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and the superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call the speaker's name in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout the meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules. And I don't know how many speakers we have, but that will, I'll allow you, Madam Board Chair, to
Yes.
to read that information regarding our board policy on that.
I got it. Thank you. Ms. Martinez-Young, can you please provide the proof of publication for today's meeting?
The notice for the August 20th, 2026 administrative briefing and work session was published on the district website on August 13th, 2026. Proof of notification has been attached to board docs under proof of publication section.
Thank you. So before we went into recess for our private session, we indicated we were going to change the agenda to move up the item for reproductive health. So that will be the first agenda item we address today. There is quite a few people in the audience. If you have interest in providing public comment, your form needs to be submitted to the board clerk by the time we get to public comment. And then the time for public comment is based off of our board policy, and so I'll review that when we get there based on how many speakers we have. So if you have interest in providing public comment, you'll need to get that into the board clerk prior to the start of the public comment portion, and Mr. Christian can help facilitate that, okay? I will hand it over to Dr. Brewer for her superintendent's administrative briefing.
Thank you. Good morning. We are finishing up our second week. We're close to our 10-day count, and we are right at 45,000 students, and they are still enrolling. So we are excited to see all of the students choosing Marion County Public Schools. I do want to recognize this morning we were able to move the new horse in front of the auditorium. You might have seen that as you pulled in this morning. Marion County Public Schools won the AMP Step Up Challenge with the hospital district. We have won it in the past, and we got it back from the Ocala Police Department this year. And that's because we have been participating in the STEP Challenge to promote health and wellness. And so you can see the horse out front. So we're excited to have that back and thankful for our partnership with the Marion County Hospital District. We also this morning had an equine initiative, the ribbon cutting ceremony at Reddick Collier Elementary, to celebrate coloring books to represent different careers in the equine industry. And so they have donated and provided about 3,000 coloring books to students in our VPK through second grade. And so we're really excited about that. And so that took place this morning. So I'll share pictures and videos when we have those. I want to also comment, we have, as you know, bus transportation is a challenge the first couple of weeks. We have shared that. We have asked for patience as our drivers learn new routes and new students join our system. We received a message from a parent last night that I just want to comment. She called transportation to volunteer her time to answer telephones and to help other parents. And so it was a really neat way to be a problem solver and help us. And so I want to comment on that and just say thank you. She's from Region 3. And board, this week in your memo, you're going to have a form to fill out, which is our K-12 mathematics textbook adoption. So please, we'll have a month to do so, but please submit your name for that. And last but not least, I shared kindergarten data with you last night, pretty late, so you probably have not seen it, but I do want to highlight that data will add to our PM1 data that will finish up. The students are testing now, and they will finish on September the 9th. And so at that time, we will take the official PM1 data, which is our state assessment, and the informal data to provide an overview of our kindergarten readiness for the 26-27 school year. And those are all my comments this morning, Chair.
All right, thank you. Well, then we are going to transition into what was previously item 8.1, reproductive health curriculum, with Mr. Whitehouse coming forward to kick us off. And for the community, when you provide comment, please make sure that you are speaking very closely to the microphone so that we can make sure we hear you clearly.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, board members, Superintendent. And for my friends in the audience I have not met before, I'm Ben Whitehouse. I am the Deputy Superintendent for Marion County Public Schools. With me today, joining this presentation, will be Ms. Melissa Connor, our Executive Director of K-12 Academics as well. So at a prior work session in the summer, the board was presented with some videos that were produced by the public regarding the formation and fetal development of baby Olivia and baby Oliver. And the board asked us to do a deep dive into those videos to determine the appropriateness of those videos in our K-12 academic curriculum and come back with a work session topic so we could discuss both of those. And so we are here today to share our deep dive on the state standards and the required curriculum and then be able to open this floor up for discussion. So one of the great challenges we have in public education is the need to be able to separate our personal beliefs from what are required instructional items in K-12 academics. And so it's helpful in the state of Florida that we have required benchmarks that we have to teach, and we stay focused on making sure that our students master those benchmarks. In fact, we take great care in visiting our classrooms and making sure the instructional materials that we are using in each of our classrooms from kindergarten through 12th grade are aligned to the state standards that our students are supposed to learn. And so we wanted to provide just a quick overview of where fetal development instruction fits within the K-12 framework in terms of curriculum requirements. And so we've broken out the courses where you will find that in the Florida state standards. So the first course is in middle school health. Fetal development is not a benchmark that is in there. However, our required instruction that does relate to that in middle school health is addressing abstinence and teen pregnancy awareness. And certainly I think a lot of our friends in the audience would appreciate that we are teaching abstinence in our schools in middle school and in high school health. High school hope, you'll see fetal development is also not a benchmark. We do have reproductive health addressed more broadly, but not specifically on fetal development. Our middle school science curriculum, reproductive system is the only thing that is addressed within the state standards. There's nothing that deals with pregnancy or fetal development in any of those state benchmarks for middle school science, 6th, 7th, or 8th grade. Our high school biology, this is the one place where we do address fetal development, and we can have some conversation around that for sure. Human development from fertilization through birth is a part of that state standard, and we'll provide some examples of what that instruction should look like according to the state. And of course, as you know, our students in biology take a state end of course exam, which is a part of our school grade and our district grade. And so we are very careful in our biology classes to make sure that what we're teaching is accurately aligned to what students should know and what they'll confront when they take those state end of course exams, so our students can be successful at the end of the year. And then, of course, anatomy and physiology. Reproductive anatomy is the only thing that is addressed within that course. We do not address fetal development. It is not one of the required standards within that course. So we'll give you just some quick rundown again of biology, as that is the one place where field development does fit according to the state of Florida. So you'll see on here we have our benchmark listed, and for those in the audience that are probably confused by all the letters and numbers, that just breaks down what part of the required curriculum we're addressing. So the SC stands for science, so any of our science benchmarks are headed under that category. The 912 tells you what grades it applies to, so anywhere in 9th through 12th grade where biology is taught. The L is for life science, and then it is benchmark 16. If you were to go and look that up on the CPOM's website for the Department of Education. So the requirement of that benchmark is to describe the basic anatomy and physiology of the human reproductive system, describe the process of human development from fertilization to birth, and the major changes that occur in each trimester of pregnancy. The benchmark clarifications that are provided on there as part of the guide for teachers for teaching this course and this particular benchmark in biology is that students will identify and or describe the basic anatomy and physiology of the human reproductive system. Students will also describe the process of human development from the zygotic stage to the end of the 3rd trimester and birth. And it's very important to point out that when we are teaching state standards that we have to use correct academic vocabulary, because when students take the state assessments at the end of the year, they are faced with the academic vocabulary on that assessment, and if we don't use those words, when they confront them on the assessment, they have no idea what they're reading. And so we are very careful with our curriculum that we provide to our teachers and the tools that we use in the classroom to make sure that those vocabulary words are addressed appropriately, not using vernacular or things that we may be comfortable saying in a normal conversation, but the scientific vocabulary, especially in biology, that goes with each of those areas. So again, with the content limits for this standard, items assessing the function of the placenta, umbilical cord, amniotic sac, the amniotic fluid are limited to how these structures relate to the development of the fetus. And again, those are key vocabulary terms that we have to use within the instruction of this biology benchmark. Items on the state test may refer to the early stages of development from implantation. I won't even attempt to try to sound all those words out because I am not a biology teacher, but you can see them on there. But we will not assess the definition of these terms in isolation. They are used in context, typically in word problems, which we'll show you an example in just a minute. Items referring to changes in each trimester are limited to normal human development. Again, we refer to field development in the biology class in terms of trimesters, not in weeks or in months, but in that academic terminology. Items will not assess specific knowledge of malformations in the human fetus, miscarriages, maternal pre-existing conditions, genetic conditions, or the impact or exposure of environmental conditions. So here's an example of a release test item that relates to this specific benchmark that was provided on a previous biology end of course exam. And you can see how the question is laid out, the use of the academic vocabulary that is present within that word problem, and being able to understand what is the use of that amniotic fluid during fetal development. And the correct choice there, of course, is highlighted for you as letter B, but again, just shows you what our students will be asked to do with the information that they receive. So we spent a lot of time in biology digging into text because we know a lot of these tests require skill in reading, not just reading in general, but reading like a scientist through academic content. I'll turn over to Ms. Connor.
Good morning. So we also wanted to have a comparison for you for what we use in our text currently versus the videos of baby Oliver and baby Olivia. So that first piece that Mr. Whitehouse spoke of was the description of pregnancy milestones by trimester, because that's how that's termed in the benchmark. In the video, it describes weekly milestones from the time of fertilization, and that can lead to misconceptions for our kids because the timing of specific developmental milestones. So in pregnancy, our pregnancies are based off of our last menstrual period, not from the time of fertilization. So that could cause some confusion and some misconceptions for students, especially when they get to that end of course exam. Our text uses actual ultrasound images, and the video is obviously computer generated or animated to represent what early pregnancy looks like, but no actual images are available to support what that video shows. And then, as he said, academic language is used throughout. In the video, it's really not. There's no mention of those scientific words that Mr. Whitehouse had up there, and that's where we want to be sure to stay, is in our academic language, because that's how they will be assessed. So our current science textbook and resources meet all of the state requirements at this time. The videos do lack that specific academic language or relation to our benchmarks. The next science text adoption is 2028-2029, and right now we have no changes to our current instruction regarding reproductive health benchmarks.
Okay, thank you all. Board, do you feel comfortable moving into public comment before we have our comment? Okay. Ms. Martinez-Young, how many speakers do we have forms for? And are there any forms left in the audience? Okay, I see no forms shooting into the air. How many speakers do we have?
11.
Okay, so with 11 speakers, based on board policy for public participation at board meetings, 11 to 15 speakers represents 2 minutes per speaker. 1 to 10 represents 3 minutes per speaker. So I'll offer it up if somebody would like to remove themselves. You can have 3 minutes. Otherwise, we'll go back to we'll be following board policy for 2 minutes. Okay, so each speaker will have 2 minutes, and Mr. Attorney Powers has already reviewed the rules. So Ms. Martinez-Young will call you up. Please come up and state your name, and then your time will start.
John Labriola.
So I'll be giving a warning then at 30 seconds.
Yes, please.
Chair,
Yes, sorry.
shall we also give the who's on deck
That's fine.
an opportunity?
Absolutely.
So that they can be ready?
Sure, Ms. Martinez-Young, will you call who's on deck?
Amber Penuda.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Board, and thank you for this opportunity to discuss the Baby Olivia and Baby Oliver videos. We think it's a very important item that needs to be discussed in your schools. And my name is John Labriola. I represent the Christian Family Coalition. We're a statewide organization that not only lobbies Tallahassee, but goes throughout the state and lobbies individual school boards and county commissions to defend religious freedom, but also to advance family values. And this is one of the items that we actually testified on in Tallahassee. As you know, the last couple of years, there was legislation in Tallahassee that would have created a mandate for schools to show a fetal development video in grades 6 through 12 with the option of parents to opt out. And we're not asking that option be taken out, that the option would remain even if you adopted today, parents would be able to opt out. But the bill passed the House, however, it did not pass the Senate, and the reason for that was because of one particular senator who sits on an education committee, and she's more on the liberal side, and she provided the deciding vote to not let that bill come forward. So a number of states, though, have already passed this, including Tennessee, North Dakota, South Dakota, Iowa, Idaho, Indiana, and Kansas, and including some counties right here in Florida, not only Sumter and Jefferson, but also Gilchrist and Flagler will have it on its agenda soon. Regarding the statement that was just made about the video versus the video, this was supplemental rather. It would not eliminate any of the instruction that's already required, and so there's no reason not to add it, because the instruction regarding those terms would continue to be utilized. But we feel that it's very important to let students know what happens in a pregnancy, and thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Amber Petito's up next, I believe, and then who's next?
And who's on deck?
Am I supposed
Andrew
to say my name?
Chevrolet.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am, just state your name and spell it for the record.
Amber Penuto, Pennuto. Good morning, Board, Superintendent. Thank you for your time. I would like to just reiterate that this video is currently in use and has been approved twice by the Florida Department of Education for use. And I'm not here to discuss the technicalities of the video. I'm here to ask you all to examine your faith, examine your heart, and examine your conscience to see whether or not it has been seared by this world. Romans 12:2 says, "Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, so that you may know what is the will of God, what is good and perfect and acceptable." The enemy loves ignorance. He loves ignorance because it brings darkness, wickedness, and death. You have an opportunity as the board of Marion County Public Schools to shine a light into that darkness. You have a chance to hold a beacon of truth and knowledge in a sea of wickedness. This video is not about the technical terminology of a baby in the womb. It's about the humanity of the baby in the womb. And that is why we are asking you to add this to the curriculum. It does not take away from the scientific endeavor to teach children about all the pieces and parts and the stages of fertilization and development.
30
About
seconds.
what a baby is. That's all. There's no reason to hide from that. There's no reason to deny children that understanding. And I said it to the board once before. When I was a young woman and I was not in the Lord, I made the horrible decision to abort my baby because I was told it was a clump of tissue. And I regret that every day of my life. Do not do this to our children. Thank you and God bless.
Ms. Martinez-Young, who's on deck?
Father Anthony Hamate.
And can you repeat his name for me? Who's up right now?
Andrew Chevrolet.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Andrew Sherville. I'm the founder and executive director of Florida Voice for the Unborn. We are a statewide pro-life grassroots lobbying organization with thousands of supporters throughout the state, including many here in Marion County. And we are based in the state capital of Tallahassee. I'm here this morning visiting you all because I wanted to make sure you know that Florida Voice for the Unborn is in strong support of including either the baby Oliver or the baby Olivia video in the Marion County public school curriculum. And I'll tell you why. These videos are just about 3.5 minutes long. They're not state secrets. In the age of the internet, anybody can go on, including school children, on their own time and look up these videos. We're not giving them any kind of special knowledge, but it's important for those that don't have access or that don't have that moral aptitude to look at these videos on their own, that the school provide an opportunity for them to view the humanity of our unborn brothers and sisters. That's what these videos are about. I ask you today to please reject the deputy superintendent's PowerPoint presentation with all the fancy words and everything else going on in there. That doesn't matter. We're talking about a 3.5 video. Please show it. This is common sense. It's about our humanity. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
One second, please. Who's
Yeah,
on deck?
just as a request, can we please knock off the applause? Because we need to be able to hear. Look, and the reason I say that, I'm just going to tell you honestly, is if we have people in the audience who are booing a speaker, I'm going to stop that. Same thing with applause. I have to be fair and even-handed on each, okay? So I'm just asking you to please avoid that.
Thank
All
you.
right.
And before you begin, who's on deck?
Reverend Donald Carraro.
Okay, thank you. State your name, please.
Yes, my name is Father Anthony Hamate. I come from Williston, Florida, Holy Family Catholic Church. Thank you for having me here today. I wanted to be here today for several reasons because I think I can offer some interesting perspectives. I happen to be a medical doctor, and I've been a pediatrician for 28 years. I have encountered life from the very beginning. I have seen early premature babies from 24 weeks, and I've seen them at 5 years old, okay? I've seen the gamut. I've seen 21-year-old kids who won't leave my practice. I said, you gotta go to the adult doctor now, okay? But I'm here today because We are educating our children, but we're not creating computers. We're trying to create people, persons. Persons. Look at our society. Where is the connection with persons? That's why they can beat somebody up and everybody can watch. We're getting disconnected because of the phone and the technologies. We have got to make a change now. We have to intervene. If kids are having sex at 12 years old, why can't we show them a live fetus, a live baby in the womb? I happen to be also a father of 3 and a grandfather of 3 with one on the way. Thanks be to God. I bring this to you to encourage you to realize the responsibility that is upon you, and it's not light, and I share that burden for the many souls that I am responsible for. And sometimes saying the truth is going to offend people.
30 seconds.
We have to stop being politically correct and doing what's right for our children, what's right for the future of our society, what's right for us to understand that we are human beings. We have a common connection, and that common connection is God, whether we accept it or not. But that God is real, and we face him every day, and we know him in times of trouble, don't we? Let's know him in the good times, too.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. No applaud.
And who's on deck?
Gerald Buston.
No, Reverend Crown.
No, you're up now, Father Don.
As Father Don Curran from Christ the King Anglican Church. I can't believe you stopped the applause before I spoke. Shame.
We knew you were coming.
Okay. It is a privilege to speak to you today on this topic. I think one of the most important areas of life that we need to teach our young children is the sanctity of life, from conception to natural death. For so long, young people have been taught that the baby in the womb is nothing but a clump of undifferentiated cells. I've looked at a little bit at the handout today, reproductive health curriculum, and what is covered in the text. I've also seen the 2 videos, and it seems to me that you cover in the text the material that you would learn in class. It's very good, it's comprehensive, it's things that they need to know, but as Father Anthony just said, those videos bring this to life. They make a difference in the life of these young people to see that it's something besides just something on a piece of paper. And it's one of these things where we're talking now about the beginning of life, but this is something that's going to go to the end of life as well. And conception to natural death. In Canada right now, a 15-year-old boy can get on the phone with an organization of the state and say, my girlfriend just broke up with me, I don't want to live anymore, and they will help him with medically assisted suicide because he's having a bad day. He will, because his understanding of the value of life is such that it really doesn't matter. And young people who think that abortion is just nothing to worry about need to know that this is a human being from the moment of conception to natural death, not a clump of cells. I really pray you would show the videos to these young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Gerald Bostick is up now, and then who's up next?
Rona Boston.
Rona Boston. So Gerald first. Yeah, come on down. You're the next contestant.
Thank you. I am Gerald, and I've been a pastor and a missionary all my life, and I've spent my life trying to reach out to help humans. And I think it's such a tragedy that in this United States of America, based upon in many ways the Christian faith, we have allowed for the murder of over 70 million human beings. And our children need to know these are human beings in the womb. From the moment of conception, they are humans until, as Father Don said, natural death. And when you destroy the value of life, it hinders the preservation and the protection of life. And I think this the videos help to emphasize the humanity of that little baby on the inside. And from the moment of birth, it becomes human? No, it becomes human from the moment of conception, and the children need to know that that's a real human being, and abortion is a sin against God and against the babies that are being murdered in this country. I would suggest that you use the video to help the children understand there is a real human being in the womb of that mother, and God has a purpose and plan for every human being and every conceived human. I pray for your decisions. It will be good to support life, and I pray that God will bless the school board and the work of education in Marion County to train up our children in the way that they should go. Amen.
Thank you. Rona? And then who's up next?
Can you repeat your last name, sir?
Boston.
My last, Bustin, B-U-S-T-I-N, and this is my wife, Roanna Bustin.
So
Just one moment. Who's up next?
Suzanne Varn.
Thank you. Feel free to go.
my name is
Madam
Roanna
Chair,
Buston.
real quickly, can I get them to please say their name slower and louder? I'm trying to get everybody's name.
You just state your name for the record, please.
My name is Roanna Buston.
Thank you.
I'm a nurse practitioner and a certified nurse midwife, and so I've had quite a bit of experience with women in pregnancy and with children, actually, too, who were also pregnant that probably shouldn't have been. But first of all, I wanted to thank you for adjusting this meeting so that we could address this first, and also congratulate you on the Step Up Challenge. That's great. Really appreciate the work that you all are doing. So I just wanted to mention, in my practice as a midwife, I've had people come in and I would use the correct terminology, but they didn't really understand that. And so to help them more understand it, I'd break it down to layman's terms. So I think sometimes even with our children in school, and I know that you all are saying that you want to use the correct terminology so they'll be able to pass the test, and that's, of course, what you need to do. But it also helps to break it down so that they make some connections and they understand exactly what's happening, that as it's been mentioned before, that this is a human person. It's not just cells. So I think that just teaching to the test is not really the best. I think it's better if you can make it real and make it human for them. One of the benchmarks says that you will not teach about exposure to environment and how that might affect the baby. But I think that that's really sort of disconnect from what is really practical in life, because they need to know that. They need to know that they can affect their pregnancy by exposure. I had a lady that came in and had...
You have 10 seconds remaining.
Okay. She didn't understand the connection between pesticides and her pregnancy. And when I tried to tell her, she couldn't connect.
Your time has expired.
Okay. Thank you.
Susan?
Jackie Hernandez is on deck.
Jackie Hernandez on deck. Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
I am Susan Varn. I'm an MD. I also have a master's in biomedical sciences and a master's of public health. I was born in Florida. I was raised in Florida. I did practice in California for 15 years. I currently live in Jacksonville and Ellington, and I represent Family for Life. I will say that I got my biology degree at FIU, and that's when I first learned about fertilization of the human egg, because I had to do a project, and that's pretty sad. I guess things have changed since then. We hear a lot about sexually transmitted diseases, even over the TV. Kids know, hey, what's this HPV stuff? What they really need is a visualization. I never have forgotten that video that I watched of the sperm and the egg coming together. It is still in my brain all these years. These words that the kids have to learn for the test, I don't remember them as a doctor. They weren't useful. They didn't help me explain to a patient what was going on with them. And I'm sure everybody can understand that when you go to a physician, you don't want to hear the medical lingo. You're like, what does this mean? And that's what I was. Family practice, patients would go to the specialist, come back, and say, what did they tell me? I don't know. So these videos are important because they're understandable, they're very simple, and it doesn't replace what your curriculum is. It just gives a visualization to the students of what is happening. If they have sex, this can happen. That's it. Thank you.
Jackie Hernandez, and then who's up next?
Sandra Drozier.
Good morning. My name is Jackie Hernandez, and I'm from Holy Family Catholic Church in Williston. I'm here as a mother, and I'm here as a grandmother, especially when I have two in Marion County. I have a kindergarten and a 10th grader. They need to see these videos because we are not all textbook ready. Some of us are visuals, and I'm one of them. I remember having these classes in school, and that was a while back, and the impact was not so much the text as the pictures. So to me, these kids nowadays need to learn from an early age how valuable life is, how valuable a baby is. And it is from the day of conception. It is not after birth. As they have made it seem. A baby is a baby from the first day that that egg and that sperm meet. And I've seen videos of this beautiful bright light when that impact starts. So to me, that will be one of the most beautiful things that a child can see, and a child will then start to learn to value life. If we value a plant, a tree, and see and show in school how the seed being watered and put into the dirt grows and how beautiful. What is more beautiful than the birth of a child? What is the most beautiful thing than a human that will be creating and protecting all of this earthly things that we have? The problem today is that there is no value in the human life, and that is very sad. We have to value from our youngest, from that fertile egg to our elderly. And that's what that's going to teach these kids, seeing these videos and getting all of this knowledge of how this child is conceived, how that child is produced.
Time has expired. Thank you. Up next, Ms. Martinez-Young.
Sandra Drozier.
And on deck, Sandra. Yep, Sandra's next. And then on deck,
Joseph Bassar.
Joseph.
What was her name again, Elena, please?
Sandy DeRozier. Sandra on the
Can you
form.
spell your last name? That's what we're having trouble
Oh,
with.
sure. D for David, E-R-O-S-I-E-R.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. I haven't spoken in the public, so bear with me. I'm a mom. I'm done working. I'm Catholic. I'm very pro-life. Sorry if I'm not a good speaker. But what happened, this affects me, our family personally. And what happened in our family, when my niece was 16, she got pregnant. And my niece asked my sister, who is her mom, where the insurance card was. And my sister already kind of knew what was going on. So my sister hid the insurance card. And anyway, my sister, through God working through my sister, my niece's baby was saved. My niece was contemplating having an abortion at 16. We went ahead and we prayed and prayed. We prayed a St. Joseph novena, and we kept praying and asked for St. Joseph's intercession. St. Joseph, after all, is the guardian of the Holy Family and, foster father of Jesus.
30.
So anyway, okay, so Hunter, my son, was saved. And what I want to say is a life was saved because God intervened with my sister. We all prayed for my son's life. We adopted Hunter. My niece was too young to keep him. We adopted him. He now has gone out of the military. He got a 100% disability, and his life was saved. So please remember life. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe
I wanted to say more, but thank you.
our final speaker, Ms. Martinez-Young. All right. Come on down, Joseph, and state your name for the record, please.
My name is Joseph G. Basar, B-A-S-A-R. I'd like to reiterate thank you for taking the time. I'd like to reiterate some of the points that were already mentioned, support for the sanctity of life from conception to natural death is what I believe. I'm a member of Queen of Peace Catholic Church, Knight of Columbus. I spent 10 years sidewalk counseling outside a Planned Parenthood clinic in Aurora, Illinois, from the time they opened to the time they closed, 1 day a month. In that time, they did about at least 25 abortions a day. So I saw, do the math, I must have seen over 2,000 women come and go. Now it's very simple. Follow the science. The videos show the science of human development, and people need to know that. How many women who made the tragic choice of having an abortion come to realize at a later stage in life what the science actually was? And in war, the first thing you do is you dehumanize the enemy. You dehumanize that person, that individual who you are trying to kill. And the scientific knowledge, I appreciate the fact that the school board's got a responsibility to teach the science. Well, teach the science.
30 seconds.
And all humanity, please. I'm kind of doing this on the fly, but it's been my experience that in talking with women who've had abortions, they cannot forgive themselves. If soldiers and policemen who in defending their country and defending others and themselves have to take the life of someone, and they struggle with that, how does a mother who hasn't been told everything function after that? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's going to conclude our public comment portion. So we will open it up for the board for discussion. Is there anything that staff wanted to offer prior to board discussion as a follow-up? Okay. Dr. Brewer, anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Not at this time.
Sure. Board Member Conrad.
I wondered if Attorney Powers could chime in on the power of the board making decisions on curriculum. Yeah. So I just wondered if you could chime in on that for me. Sorry, can you hear me, Attorney Powers?
Yeah, the board's powers are predominantly budgetary and not curriculum-based. Budgetary and policy. So what operations, as we would call the curriculum side, the superintendent side, they interpret our policy and move forward. Now, our policy allows for, in this instance, for us to do it however we want to do it. I mean, ultimately, that's a curriculum decision. It's not really a board decision. The board can encourage and universally or individually make its thoughts known to the superintendent because we do have an appointed superintendent. Ultimately, however, that's a decision for the superintendent and her deputy superintendent and the curriculum department. So,
Thank you, Attorney Powers.
and they also are advised by their attorney, their staff attorney, in making those decisions as well.
Okay. Board, who would like to kick off comments or provide remarks? Dr. Campbell.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you all. I think this is one of the largest attended work sessions I believe I recall, at least in the last couple of years. So thank you all for being here. And yes, we can do this kind of thing that is the applause for hearing impaired. So thank you so much for being here and for all of the public comment today, and those of you who chose not to speak and allowed others to represent you. While I completely respect and understand that curriculum decisions are that of the superintendent and her leadership team, the board does approve textbooks. So, I mean, there are curriculum-based things that the board does actually approve. So we approve the student progression plan. We approve lots of things that are curriculum and academic-based as well that are required that we have to approve. So I completely respect the separation between the two responsibilities. However, I did want to deviate just a bit from just the policy and budget thought processes. Where I stand on this, frankly, is this would enhance every biology classroom that we have. It would be considered an enhancement that would be 3.5 minutes long. I'm going to liken it to all 3 of my boys have gone through high school where, well, I think it'll be sophomore year that it'll happen, sophomore or junior year, regardless, where they've been reading the Shakespeare play Taming of the Shrew. Okay, so that's something that they've all had to read or will have to read. My sophomore isn't there yet, but his brothers definitely read it. And in conjunction, as an enhancement, the teacher of each of the times that has happened has played the 1999 film 10 Things I Hate About You. It's a common film that's just shown, and it's based loosely on the Taming of the Shrew. So it puts this Shakespearean literature into a much more present day way that they can see it and view it and understand it. It's an enhancement. It helps them understand what they've just read, just like what these videos could do for any anatomy and physiology class, any biology class. If they're not studying this in middle school, I'm kind of shocked, honestly, that DOE hasn't started incorporating some of it into middle school. But I am absolutely of the mindset that 3.5 minutes out of any student's day in 180 days could benefit from seeing these videos.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Who would like to go next?
Sure, I'll go
Member
next.
Conrad?
I want to thank everybody for being here. There's a lot of friendly faces in the audience. And I, too, I'll share, Dr. Campbell, come another time. We'd love to see you and get input on other things that are going on in our school district. So thank you for taking time to be here with us this morning and give input on the conversation. I think it was our first speaker, our second speaker, and it included the word supplemental in their commentary to the board. And so that is where I am leaning. I see these videos as supplementary material. And so using the text as the base of our instruction, if a student needs further help understanding, it can be offered as a supplementary material. So that's where I stand on that issue. And I do want to just make another comment. Several of you shared the concern of humanity, encouraging our students to be kind and respectful of each other. And I just want to share, that's a big topic for us because you're not here all the time. We have a lot of these conversations, but that is a big concern for the district and for the board as well. And recently, as we worked on our strategic plan, we were talking about the portrait of a graduate from Marion County Public Schools and what that looks like. And so I just want to share with you that those are all things that are important to us. I feel like I can say that for the whole board and the superintendent as well. Those qualities are important to us, and so we appreciate you bringing it forward, and we continue to move to better the education of all of the students, all 45,000 of them, Dr. Brewer shared when we started. So we have productive and responsible citizens right here in Marion County. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Thur, I see you leaning forward.
Sorry, have I been recognized?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, great, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you again so much for being here. It's great to see so many familiar faces. I have to give a special shout out to Dads on Duty. They are amazing and exemplify exactly what we need in our public schools in terms of support from great adults that really care and show up for kids. So thank you for showing up today. I think all of you have exemplified what it means to be a civic participant in a school board work session, and that's appreciated too, you know. Decorum is important, and being able to hear what each person has to say and truly be able to think it through before commenting means a lot as well. So thank you for how you're participating. I tend to agree with Vice Chair Conrad's comments. I think that this is a supplemental opportunity that will likely pass the legislature this year. My understanding is it was embedded in an omnibus bill, which I hate those anyway, and it therefore sort of got diluted. So I get the feeling that we will be seeing it again. And the state does a pretty good job at this point delineating exactly what we're supposed to be teaching, including our textbooks. We get to choose curriculum, but it's state approved. You know, we choose from a list of state approved and citizen reviewed books. So that's kind of how the process goes. What would be a little worrisome for me would be if we went ahead and passed this, which I understand we cannot do today because this is not a school board meeting. It would have to come up for a vote. Is that correct?
I don't even think it's an actionable item. I would argue that I think the attorney, this is not an actionable item. There's no action for us, the board, to take. I think it's us giving our sign of approval to the superintendent.
Support.
Yes, but in the matter of a work session, there's not a board meeting to follow to take action.
Okay, thank you, because I just wanted to get that clarification because we do vote eventually on textbook adoption.
Certainly.
So I just wanted to.
Well, in the textbook adoptions, there are certain things that are statutorily required. Now, I'd have to do some research that isn't immediately available to me, but I don't, if the board wished to have an action item on this, I would need to determine what that would be. But I believe that it is most likely in the form of a consensus opinion that would be given to the superintendent and her team.
Yes.
Okay, well, and we can get to the form and function of what that will look like at another time, but I just wanted to at least raise that as if the board reaches consensus on this item, you know, then what would be the process moving forward? The other thing I will say is that when it comes to those that are brave enough to share their personal experiences with this issue and hearing how it is a life-altering decision, that is something that I think that children need the opportunity to reach a more clear understanding before they would ever make a decision like this. So I think that as a supplemental material, this really could only help students have a deeper level understanding of what choices. Isn't it great to live in America and have choices? But choices have implications, and choices like this are lifelong consequences. So again, I want to thank everyone for being here this morning, and I think I'll close my comments with that.
Thank you, Board Member Thur. Reverend Cummings, did you want to go?
Good morning, everyone. And as all the other board members have stated, thank you all for coming out and sharing your heart, sharing your passion about these videos. I'm I see some of this as, all of this as our different personal beliefs about certain things. As a pastor, I have personal beliefs and convictions concerning life. As a father of two daughters, I have personal convictions about life and pregnancy and all those types of things. But when we come to education and this topic, I rather follow the guidance of where our system is. We are policy and we are budget. And I think right now, basically, we're just giving our personal opinions about what we feel about these videos. Can they add value more than what we have already? I think what we have already in place has been already stated that it brings value to it. I don't think we should be having protests while we're doing it.
Attorney Powers.
That's not appropriate. I heard several times from several of the speakers, and I won't say their name, but one wears a collar, and we're fellow clergymen, said that what is in place is comprehensive. That's what I heard one of our fellow speakers say. I heard one of our...
If you're gonna leave, leave. If you're gonna stay, stay. But don't remain standing in the aisles. Okay. Let's give this a moment, please.
A proper level
Sir,
of
can you be
decorum.
seated, please? Can you be seated, please? Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. I think our district staff have come together and looked at all the information. They have given us a recommendation. I think the superintendent's purview has been working thus far. As Board Member Thrower said, that it very well could be in the next few months or next year that this could possibly be legislated through our legislation, through our legislators. I'm leaning to letting, I don't want us to put ourselves in a position where we're keep dealing with certain things. My personal feeling about this, I have personal feelings about certain things that's private, but I think that we need to follow the recommendations of our superintendent and not break and go out there and put ourselves on that limb. There's a reason why all the districts in the state have not adopted this. There's a reason. There's a reason why there's only a few. There's only a few that have actually said that this is a good thing. So why should we be the one that walk that plank? We need to wait. That's where I'm at.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. So when some of you came before the board, you sent emails, the superintendent provided feedback, and then you came and gave public comment. And so as the chair, I asked the board if we'd have this meeting today to have a more robust discussion about this item. The attorney is correct. This is a standard operational decision. But to neglect that the board has the ability to persuade or apply pressure on items that we find aligned with our community's interests would not be an accurate statement. So we have the ability to sway operational decisions based on the community because we're elected by the community. So I want to start by saying I think that this board is, as represented by all of us praying over our schools just a few weeks ago on a Sunday, this board is comprised of individuals who are all very much faith believers. And so one of the statements that was said was no value in human life, reflecting on our community. And I want to say that I believe that our community has so much value in life and that we live in a community that is full of people like you who believe in life. And I am one of those people. And we live in a community that has people from other walks of life too, and many students come from places where they do not have opportunity to find information like this. And so I have no qualms with the video. I have no qualms with the video. My issue is with the legislator. And so I am fine to move forward with the video. And honestly, I was undecided until this conversation, which is the purpose of having community conversation. And the board doesn't get a chance to talk outside of meetings like this. And so Dr. Campbell's remarks reminded me of when I taught English, and I would teach Romeo and Juliet, and then which is kind of robust. It's not the easiest thing for like a 9th grader to understand. And then we would show like a new age comedy version of Romeo and Juliet, which then provided context and understanding about the literature they read. And so I have no qualms about the video and showing the video, because I do think, to Dr. Campbell's point, it's doing the same thing we would do in an English class. What I would ask those of you, some of you that came forward, I think our third speaker, Andrew, I'm going to mess up the name, but I believe that you lead in legislation work, and there was someone else that came forward that did that. What I would ask is that you go forward to the legislator to ask them to adjust the standard, because what our staff brought forward is not wrong information. And do I think a 3.5-minute video is somehow going to like completely disrupt the year's worth of learning and their ability to answer a question correctly? I don't. But I do want the standards to align to everything we present to our students. And so what I would ask those of you that are passionate about this and are activists for this is to speak with the Department of Education and the legislator to not only expand it to middle school, because we are all very aware that sexual acts are happening in middle school, whether in our schools or outside of our schools, and that's the absence of the traditional family home. But beyond that, that the standards speak to fetal development as represented and in the vantage point that we all see fetal development. Because until we make those connections, I think we're gonna still be sending mixed messages. And I would welcome an opportunity for the legislator. This is very similar to the chaplain's bill. I said the same thing with the chaplain's bill. I said, let's do it. I was one of 2 board members who said, absolutely, I'm betting on God, let's move forward. And then we wanted to wait until the legislator got more guidance. And sometimes the legislator's not willing to pick up the baton. So I'm again willing to make this step, but I want to see that the legislator also do their work to align the standards in the Department of Education, to align their standards to be more aligned with our values. So those are my comments. Is there any more? Yeah, Board Member Conrad?
Yeah, I had one other piece of that, because as Dr. James shared, getting our legislators to pick up and get language changed is a challenge. And so the other option is, as you all are involved, we look at who's creating the technology and the video, and we advocate for what we need, what you all are asking to fill that gap. So when, I don't have this pulled up in front of me, but the creators of Baby Olivia and Baby Oliver, you know, you can give feedback. I can give feedback and share, hey, when you update this video, we want to encourage you to use the correct language so we can use this in more spaces, you know, that it's academically correct, because I think that may be easier than getting our legislators to change benchmarks. Anyway, it's just another way of looking at getting to the goal line. So I just wanted to share that.
And Madam Chair, that's exactly what I was saying. If these people that are this passionate about this issue would work with the powers to be and put it in alignment, that way when Mr. Whitehouse does come with whatever recommendation, it's already done. It's not an issue for us to have to debate about whether or not they fit our standards. They would be the standard. And if it's the standard, I think this conversation shouldn't just be a conversation for Marion County and 3 or 4 counties. If this is going to be a conversation, it needs to be a statewide conversation for every county. So if you're going to do it the right way. That's where I'm at.
Dr. Brewer had comments.
Yes, thank you. I just for context too, back in March of 2023, Governor DeSantis signed into law the Florida Empowerment Scholarship, which does allow for parents to choose to take their children to homeschool, if that's the option, or private schools. And in those options, they're not limited to our state standards. And so I think that's important, that for family choice, if a family chooses to do so, they can choose to teach their child how they wish or send them to a private institution. But we are so limited based on our requirements with the Florida Department of Education to teach strictly the standards on that matter.
I would offer, there's no rule book that says we can't show this video.
Correct.
And so there's no rule book that says we can't show this video. And I think, I would actually venture to ask, which we don't have the information, but there may very well be teachers already showing the video. Like, teachers operate, as a teacher, I didn't go get permission. I mean, maybe we probably are supposed to submit some form to show some supplemental video. And so that is probably an accurate statement. But when I showed the comedy version of Romeo and Juliet, I can't even recall if I submitted the form or not. And so I think that the reality is we're just seeking for this to be on a list of approved videos for teachers to be able to show in their classrooms as a supplement. I don't know that I'm right now ready to just say it's required to be shown. I think that's something that operations needs to figure out. What operations is hearing from the majority of the board is that we want this video to be available in an approved list of videos to show in our classrooms, which I think is the first step of what you all were trying to accomplish, and then we go from there. I think that there are certainly teachers who will look forward to showing it as a supplement. And it's the standard that's shared is not just for biology. I looked on CPOMS, it's attached to like 20 different courses or something. And so it would be appropriate to show in a variety of contexts and a variety of environments. I think that we still have work as a community to do to ensure that we are working with Tallahassee to make sure that, because choice is real, but I wouldn't want someone to leave our school system over a 3.5-minute video. Like, I'm not trying to lose FTE over a 3.5-minute video. Like, that's not what I'm trying to do, but you can opt out. So we have people come into our school system to talk about other life safety things, which I think are kitchen table conversations, and my kids opt out. My kids were one of like 4 kids at their elementary school who did not participate in the conversation last year because I sit at the dinner table and have conversation with my kids, so I didn't think I needed a stranger to do that. And so parents can absolutely opt out and not participate. So what I hear from a majority of the board is a willingness and desire to move forward to put it on an approved list of videos as supplement. Board Member Thur, I see you leaning forward. Did you have anything to add?
Thank you. And just simply, in my mind, as an American, it's always better to ask and educate rather than mandate, if you can. Because I think in the end, it might be a slower process, but I like what you shared, Chair, because that approach generally does bring wider participation over time. Now, this may end up being changed for us, by the state, and it'll become mandated curriculum, and it'll just be embedded in what we're already doing, and the fancy jargon is important. We have plenty of kids that are on the track for biomedical and all kinds of amazing careers, so they do need to know those fancy words, and they do need to know what they mean, but there also is a humankind issue embedded here that I would like to support.
Is there any further comment from the board? Okay. Well then, I think staff hears the majority of the board, and we'll look forward to seeing some operational shifts based on the board's discussion today. And there being no further public comment on this item, we're going to conclude this item and take a brief, shall I call it 10 minutes for a transition, a 10-minute break. Oh, I wanted to mention just one off, this is completely sidebar. I want to acknowledge going to be Commissioner Bairstow's here. I can name on one hand how many times a commissioner has come to a school board meeting since I've been elected in 4 years. And that's even for recognitions. It has not happened, so I want to acknowledge that you're here even prior to your opportunity to serve Marion County in November. So we will take a brief recess at 10:49. Let's just call it, we'll be back at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are back at 10:59 from our recess, and we're going to move into item 4.1, which is our legislative priorities. Dr. Brewer had to step away for a community engagement that she was invited to, so we are joined by our Deputy Superintendent, Mr. Whitehouse. So, Mr. Whitehouse, I don't know if you're kicking us off or Dr. Campbell.
I believe Dr. Campbell, I think this item is on here just as an opportunity again to continue the conversation that we started at the last meeting about what our legislative priorities will be for this upcoming year.
Perfect. Dr. Campbell, floor is yours.
Thank you. So looking at last year's priorities in addition to the conversation that occurred last week, the question about attendance, so I know that will be our first priority. The way we requested last year's language change to be was that districts could initiate chronic absenteeism strategies immediately upon the 5th unexcused student absence. What potentially is being proposed now, or that we can have conversation about, and Dr. Brewer kind of put some draft language together, and that's what I'm referencing here, would potentially be to amend the attendance statutes to establish a rolling 90-day calendar attendance review period. So currently the statute, and specifically statute 1003.23, talks about attendance, and it has always been that 90-day period that has caused us the most angst. Of the 10 unexcused absences in a 90-day period, it doesn't specify whether that is a calendar or 90 school days, or if it's rolling 90 days, and so that's the question before us as we work to finalize this on September 3rd. So we have specific language in the direction the board wants to take that one. And we'll take each one of these with that same thought process. So I'm open to your thoughts.
Okay, I thought previously we have said rolling 90 days and we've added the language in. I thought that's been part of our platform previously.
So our platform last year, I'm looking at last year's pocket guide specifically, it was that we would change, rather than the 10th unexcused absence, we were changing it to the 5th unexcused absence. And I think we've addressed the 90 days at different times, but last year specifically, I can pull up the previous years as well. Yeah. Last year we were hitting the 5th unexcused absence as opposed to the calendar piece. Let me get the 24 one in front of me.
So I'm a fan of adding rolling 90 days. I think there has to be some, I know that there's an absence of any language that speaks to the time frame other than 90 days right now, but there has to be some rulemaking that exists because we function off of 90 school days.
Sure.
Or 90 calendar days, rather.
And I'm just for further clarification, in 24, all we had as our platform, and it wasn't the first one that we added, was just strengthen state language on compulsory student attendance. So we didn't get so granular and say, this is exactly what we want done. And last year we did get really specific with that. So that's where the conversation is. If we want to give them specific language on what we want done, it would be potentially addressing that 90-day piece of it as opposed to the 5th unexcused absence. But I'm open to conversation.
I'm a fan of 90 rolling school days. Like, only looking at the school year, and it is a rolling calendar. That captures what we're trying to accomplish, which is when you're absent 8 days in May, when you're absent 2 in August, we can start truancy.
Madam Chair, and I think we said that we didn't want to have a reset, that they couldn't have a summer break and then reset, start over, all over again. So I thought that was the consensus of the board, that we wanted it rolling, continuing.
Yes, so I think Dr. Campbell's just looking for us to confirm. So are we all on board with a rolling 90 school day as the calendar metric for truancy?
I am, Chair, and I also think we've had so much conversation recently about chronic absenteeism and that rate being close to 30%, that we have a lot of data to back up the ask when we go this year.
I agree.
Board Member Thor, our attendance superstar expert down there.
Oh, gosh. I agree, and I think also it's important for the intervention to start before, the 10 days. By the third day, of a student not being there, or a third unexcused absence. And we're talking about unexcused absences here. If a student has some type of medical issue and they're getting doctor's notes and things like that, that creates another problem-solving situation of how to provide instruction and get what every student needs and deserves and should have, which is a great education. But it's these unexcused absences that have been the bane of our existence, and really affecting kids' education. So the intervening needs to start a lot earlier than 10. I would say by the third day, a phone call should be made home, or some type of conversation needs to occur. And certainly by the fifth day, you know.
Yep. Which those are procedures we have internally already.
Right.
Okay, so I think we're good on that, Dr. Campbell.
Okay, all right, perfect. So I'm just looking at the statute directly. So do we also want to address the number of unexcused absences in that 90-day rolling? That's the other question. Last year we tried to address it, didn't get anywhere with it. So if we're comfortable with just changing within a rolling 90-day calendar period. I'm sorry, I wanted to pull up the statute directly. It took me some time to actually get it pulled up. So the statute we would be addressing directly is 1003.26, subsection 1, subsection B. And so it currently says if a student has had at least 5 unexcused absences or absences for which the reasons are unknown within a calendar month, or 10 unexcused absences or absences for which the reasons are unknown within a 90 calendar day period. So what we're wanting to do is just change that part within a rolling 90-day period.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So that's the change, and wanted that to.
Did you have something, Attorney Powers?
Yeah, I mean, that's where we are, is a rolling 90 days.
No, we're
right?
not. Well, it is a rolling 90 days, but not school calendar days. It's a rolling 90 real calendar days, which means Christmas break and the 17 days.
I frankly don't see legislatures or courts getting behind that, but that's.
Yeah, I mean, that is
version.
for the last 4 years, I would say, since I've been on the board, that has been our focus, is hard resets for the 90-day summer break doesn't make it easy to enforce truancy, because every family gets a reset when they come back in August.
Well, and let me be clear, that the single biggest obstacle or difficulty for us right now is what the DJJ omnibus bill has done with us, which permitted instead of being able to keep someone in truancy and monitor their progress and work hard with them and have a judge admonish them regularly, it gave us a 6-month window. I mean, literally from the minute that we get that person served with a subpoena, the clock starts ticking. And then at that point, it's probably a month until they're actually getting seen in court. And then, because we have usually 2 court days every month, then after they're actually seen, we can hope that for 2 or 3 months they're showing good attendance. And if so, we're on the path to dismissal. Because if by month 3 or 4 they still aren't quite there, we only have 2 months within which to enact any kind of additional consequence in order to be able to do anything. So we've been severely struck by that legislation. It's very difficult.
Yeah.
So I don't know that increasing inputs so that we get more, more truancy cases filed is a win for us. I'm just going to say that, and you guys can take that and make what you want of it. But I don't think it's a win to increase the filing. I do think it's a win to get rid of them, dismiss them, and have them back out there in a successful fashion.
So, Chair and Board, if you all would be comfortable with, on behalf of the board, if I worked with Attorney Powers potentially to submit, not necessarily for our specific platform, but to submit a recommendation as we submit these to Florida School Boards Association for a glitch bill that would help exactly what you're saying. Oftentimes these omnibus bills put forth all of this information, and then after the fact you realize how much it has actually impacted the way of work and how we really need it to be different than what has now come forth. So if you all agree, then I'll be happy to work with him on potentially some language for a glitch bill. And
if so, I'd love to actually have have you meet with Judge King, because he and I discuss these kind of issues nearly every month. So we could sit down and have, since it wouldn't be about a specific case, we can speak broadly about the challenges that are faced by the district and what solutions there are.
Sure.
I think
We have
that'd be
about
useful.
2.5, 3 weeks before we have to submit everything, but I mean,
Understand.
I'm willing to at least put it forth. I think if we're experiencing those kinds of issues and we have valid judicial support as to why it also needs to be changed, then I think that would be valuable.
Okay, Board Member Thor.
I 100% agree, because we're then in a position of having to start all over again. And the documentation, as it should be, is comprehensive. We want to make sure that we're following process and doing all the right paperwork, but emphasis on a lot. And if we're going to do this, we want there to be a positive outcome for the student and the family.
And for right now, we're trying as rapidly as we can. If we're not seeing immediate, within the first 2 or 3 months of being there, if we're not seeing immediate rapid improvement, in addition to consequences, we're getting them lined up with children in need of services and family in need of services. But that then goes back to DCF and DJJ to do something about. So that takes it off of our plate, but they may not file on it for 6 months. They may not file on it at all. And we, meanwhile, still have that case back, probably with truancy concerns.
Okay, so what I hear is Dr. Campbell is going to work with Attorney Powers to fine tune any language, but she gets the idea of what we're all looking to accomplish. All right, what's next, Dr. Campbell?
Transportation. So just again, reviewing what Dr. Brewer had put forth here. The recommendation would be to revise transportation funding formula to better recognize costs incurred by geographically large districts. I think that potentially is exactly the language that we need. The specific statute we would be addressing is 1011.68, and we would request that the transportation cost factor allocation formula consider county landmass, geographic size of the school district, number and distribution of schools, which is what I don't think it currently has, total annual transportation miles, rural route density, and average student ride time. I think potentially just the language of what we need in our little pocket guide is to revise the transportation funding formula to better recognize costs incurred by geographically large districts, and leave it at that. We got real specific last year. It was a non-starter. I think that it's something that we need to get on the radar a bit more. So if you guys are in agreement with what that language is, that's what we'll use.
We all good on that?
Right. And this way, we're not specifying district names either.
Right. It got a little convoluted last year. We had good ideas.
Right. We targeted it,
Take
but
all
then
the-
they
we had
got
good
interpreted
ideas.
as winners and losers, and
Right.
it's not what we were talking about.
So priority 3, expansion of voluntary pre-kindergarten funding. So what the recommended amendment would be just to increase state-funded VPK instructional hours through a phased implementation plan. That's what, again, thanks to AI, all of the transcript of what all you talked about was thrown into and said, okay, put this all together. So I think potentially that is what we're asking for. Then we have additional language that would be like to amend section 1002.71 to increase VPK instructional hours and corresponding funding allocations through a phased implementation schedule. I mean, that's the specific one that needs to be addressed. Establishing a long-term state goal of funding a full-day voluntary pre-kindergarten program while maintaining provider flexibility and program quality standards. I think that's ultimately what we want to do, but I think that if we're just increasing instructional hours rather than telling them to do the full day, the language might help. We know what we're trying to do, but I'm open to your thoughts if you want to change it beyond just increasing the instructional hours.
So I think what I would love to see, what you just said was a state working towards a goal of a fully funded VPK while providing, you had specific language there. I love that. I think that we had landed on adding every year gradual release into a full 6-hour day, which then would still allow for an hour of nap. That wouldn't be funded, which is what, even though it's incredibly developmentally appropriate, The legislator does not want to fund toddlers sleeping, so fine, or preschool-age children sleeping. And so we would go from a 3-hour-a-day funded to eventually, over the course of 3 years, a 6-hour-a-day funded, which would then land us with a fully funded pre-K program, which would expand access to all families. And help stabilize financially districts like ours across the state that are only funded for a third of the full-day program we offer to hundreds of families across Marion County Public Schools. Board Member Thur?
Because we know that for families to actually be able to participate, the day has to be longer because so many of our families, both of them work, or if they're single parents, they're definitely working. So there's no one available to pick up that kid after just 3 hours in the morning, and some of us default back to the nursery school days. Well, times have changed. And if we want these kids to be kindergarten ready, we have to really just acknowledge the challenges that families have these days and support them and empower them.
And Chair, we also know outside of attendance, being at school, that these early indicators that we're getting from our youngest learners are our biggest indicator for success, for student success. So we have that data to share also as we move forward.
Oh, the case is compelling. Absolutely. Okay, so I think we're good on that. Dr. Campbell?
Okay. I was going to see if I still had pulled up the data that we just received about kindergarten. I was like, that'd be a great time for us to insert. Yes, and roughly 40% of our students still cannot do this whenever they enter kindergarten. We have some startling numbers that we'll be happy to share in the very near future. Okay, so then we also had conversation about early childhood evaluation and eligibility services. And so this proposed legislative language would be to amend sections 1006.03 and 1003.57 to authorize fiddlers, which fiddlers is known as the Florida Diagnostic and Learning Resources System, associate centers and school districts to conduct a coordinated eligibility evaluation for children through age 6, regardless of school enrollment status. I believe that that's specific to statute. I do want to get full clarification on that, but the intent for us is to ensure that if a student enrolls in school and teachers, administrators, whomever determines that that child really should have an assessment of whether or not they need additional supports that Fiddlers does now, Fiddlers does them for anyone who's not already enrolled in school. And so through age 6, that honestly may still be a little bit of a holdup for us, but if we can get those 5-year-olds at least that are coming into kindergarten that we identify that need to be assessed could just go to Fiddlers instead of having to collect the weeks of data that our teachers currently have to collect just because they've entered school. That's the intent of what I believe this is, and I think that the language here would work.
Well, and I actually had a situation just yesterday. I had a conversation with Ms. Nevels, who's our coordinator for early learning, regarding a 4-year-old in a private pre-K setting currently who's experiencing behaviors but not cognitive delays. So they're not Fiddlers, went to a Fiddlers evaluation, got evaluated, but doesn't qualify for anything because cognitively there's no delays. So they don't even qualify for DD because developmental delayed because they are not experiencing a significant social emotional discrepancy. And I said, but if they were in the district's VPK program, then what? And the answer is, well, if you're in the district's VPK program, then you can't go to Fiddlers. So beyond what you're saying, which is once they start kindergarten, they can't go to Fiddlers, they actually can't go to Fiddlers at age 4 if they're enrolled in a district program. Because once the district, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Whitehouse, but I believe this to be true, once the district is the school of record, Fiddlers hands off that responsibility to the district to then capture all of the data and slow down the process to then do the full evaluation. The point being for this particular child, the district would then do a full psych as responsibility of the district, not responsibility of the parent, and then presumably the child may qualify for a slew of acronyms I won't bore anyone with. So my point is, it's beyond just 5-year-olds. It's actually all of the 4-year-olds that are in our traditional VPK setting enrolled that we then say, oh, they have something going on. So when I realized this, I said, well, Fiddlers is, the pushback is going to be pretty significant because Fiddlers is clearly not, we're doing a lot of evaluation in pre-K. A lot of 4-year-olds are coming in, and they got all kinds of stuff going on. And we are housing and taking care of all of that evaluation. I don't know, I love the idea and I want to do it, but I think that Fiddlers will say, well, we're going to have more staffing because there's no way we could ever take on all of those 4-year-olds that are in the public school setting. So just some context for the conversation.
Sure, no, of course, I potentially that's, I appreciate even understanding that, because that was something unbeknownst to me that we are, once they even enter, probably even our 3-year-old program, then we have to start being the evaluator of record rather than having Fiddlers do that. And potentially it would cause Fiddlers to have, more of a delay than they already do, which I think they're probably backlogged a week or two. I mean, it's not, so maybe it's 3 weeks instead, but it still would put the burden on an outside entity to get that done, as opposed to a teacher having to collect all of the data on even potentially multiple students in her classroom, that then is taking away from time she's spending with those children, getting them whatever else they need. So I still think that the language, it covers what we need. Now, Fiddlers may disagree, that they're going to advocate for additional resources themselves potentially, and so then that'll be on them. But I think the way the student can get more, it really, if we're student focused here, this benefits the student significantly more, because they're able to get assessed much more quickly, and that way if they do need services, then the services can be then staffed much more quickly if we have them determined to be eligible sooner. So.
Yep.
Okay? All right, so we'll keep that language as such. And Mr. Christian, I will get all of this to you. We'll want to put it in like, basically these are our 5 or 6, whatever we land on. And then for our September 3rd, that'll be the document that we put up to have the final conversation on, so we're ready to go with submitting all of that. Let's see, our last one.
Yes.
The last one prior to the appropriation conversation. So last one is on exceptional student education. This is specific to the funding model for ESE, and so we're asking for modifying the ESE funding calculations to more accurately reflect the actual cost of providing required services. We have, the language here is to amend actually the FEFP, so that's found in statute 1011.62 Florida statute, to review and recalibrate ESE funding allocations based upon service intensity, specialized staffing requirements, related services, assistive technology, behavioral medical supports, and specialized transportation needs. And then to require periodic statewide analysis comparing ESE allocations with actual district expenditures to determine funding adequacy. And honestly, that right there might be what we ask for. So let's talk this through a little bit. Could we ask for a study for the state to evaluate ESE allocations with actual district expenditures to determine funding adequacy? Could we ask for that in year 1, and then year 2 say, based on your data that you've now created, understand how little we are funded on this specifically? I don't, potentially the state is well aware of the numbers of students that require services, ESE funding services now, but if they aren't aware, it would be helpful to actually analyze all of those services. And furthermore, this needs to be a federal statute change as well. Federally, that when we go to DC, that's what we're going to be talking about in September. It's one of the primary things we talk about, is how IDEA funding was created, or the model was created in the 60s. And it has never been fully funded and only reaches about 40% of the actual expenditure need. And so if the feds would even kick in another 5%, that would change everything for these students. And so every dollar that actually goes to help the students in the services that they need then can be dollars that are reallocated. I think that was part of the overall conversation Dr. Brewer and I had yesterday, was if we were fully funded, or even more partially funded, for transportation and ESE services, then we would have more money to do teacher raises, for example, or staff raises, not just for teachers, but we would have more available funding if we were not having to allocate so much general fund to pay for these things. So my question really is, do we want our priority to be asking for them to study the ESE allocations with district expenditures to determine the funding adequacy, or is our request to modify the funding calculation to accurately reflect actual cost of providing required services?
I have a thought. I imagine Dr. Brewer, through FADS, would be able, as readily as Dr. Brewer has the information, I would assume all other superintendents are aware of their lack. And so we could ask the legislator to do a study, and then it'll take forever. Or we could do, based on CFO data from each district, compile the discrepancy and bring that as part of our case. And if we fail this year, then we go back and say, well, then you can do a study and you guys come up with the data, but this is the data. But I say, why wait on them to maybe do a study? Let's just get the data from all of the CFOs from all 67 districts and talk about the discrepancy. Because I think we're probably all pretty comparable. So that would be my recommendation. And let's just play ball, and if it doesn't work, then we can back up and punt, or whatever the phrase is.
Works for me. I mean, if you guys are fine with us, then to say modify ESC funding calculations to more accurately reflect the actual cost of providing required services, we will need the backup documentation. So, Mr. Rios-Wells, I don't know if you want to go ahead and talk with your CFO counterparts, or if we need to do that through FADS, or how we get that data to, but if we even had a portion of that, or at least a thought process behind it, that can be something that's added into the FSBA recommendation as well. So we have that backup documentation ready to go. So you guys on board with that? Okay, so the way I see it, and I should have been highlighting exactly our language here. So we are amending, again, just going back over. So we're amending the attendance statutes specifically to permit school districts to review student attendance on a continuously rolling 90-day calendar period. Then we are amending the Florida statute to establish geographic transportation cost factor on the transportation formula. We are amending a statute to increase VPK instructional hours with the intention of a phased-in approach for a full day. We are amending statute to authorize fiddlers and associate centers and school districts to coordinate for children through age 6. And then we are modifying ESE funding calculations. Okay, very good. Then the final thing we have to discuss is regarding legislative appropriation requests. So, and I know that this traditionally is something that the district does, but as the elected body, you know, we're the ones, I don't want to say lobbying Tallahassee because we're not paid lobbyists, but we're the ones that are advocating most heavily for what the appropriation is. First of all, finding the appropriate legislator to carry the appropriation request for us in the House, and then Senator McClain would carry it in the Senate. And then also to ensure that we're having that conversation with the appropriations chair and so forth. So the two recommendations that are here that Dr. Brewer had put forth would be a North Marion Elementary School as well as Southeast Marion Early Learning Initiative. And so the idea on each with the North Marion Elementary School, as we've previously had conversation, would be to service the growing growth and capacity needs on Northern Marion County, but also to combine some of our smaller campuses into one larger campus. And then the Southeast Marion Early Learning Initiative would be essentially to take over the Lake Weir Middle School property after the Bellevue Elementary students vacate it, and creating an early learning initiative there that would be somewhat similar to Fordham Early Learning on the north side, just having a south side early learning initiative. I floated the idea yesterday to Jessica Janasiewicz, our paid lobbyist, I guess, and just wanted to make sure that I understood if we would be able to request for a fully funded appropriation for a North End elementary school. And in the conversation back and forth, it appears that we might not qualify. Mr. Whitehouse and I were collaborating on this last night, so maybe he wants to weigh in a bit. And that's what I wanted us to have conversation about it, because the statute and availability of those funds specifically for the building of a brand new facility are reserved for rural school districts, and we wouldn't be classified as a rural school district. While Northern Marion County is rural, we're still not a rural school district. So whereas Putnam or Taylor or somewhere like that Gilchrist may be able to get those fully funded appropriation requests for an entire school, we might not qualify. So I wanted, before we go down the approach of even asking, I wanted us to, Mr. Whitehouse, if you want to weigh in on that, you're welcome to do so, but.
Sure, happy to do so. And, Attorney Powers may have a different interpretations. He saw the statute language as well, but the way I interpret it is it does not preclude school districts that are not small or rural from applying. What the language suggests is that school districts have to show that they otherwise do not have the ability to fund the construction of a new school without the state assistance in that appropriation. And so our responsibility at that point is going to be, we need to show, compared to other districts around the state, the age of our school buildings compared to theirs, the ability that we have with the available funding that we have for capital outlay to meet the needs of our school district, which right now we've talked about this quite a bit, $2 billion in deferred maintenance. We have about $100 million a year that we can use for capital outlay. Some of it, of course, is going to debt service already. So can we justify through that we don't have the ability to meet all the needs of our school district without the support of a state appropriation? And that's the case that we're going to have to make.
And at our current rate, I believe you were correct in pointing out that where we are 20 years from now. I mean, even at current levels of our building and deferred maintenance, it would take us 20 years essentially to play catch up. So I believe I'm on board with Mr. Whitehouse on this one. We don't know unless we ask, and we don't know unless we pursue it. So I don't think there's statutorily any preclusion. It may be that at the end of the day we're spinning our wheels a little bit and we don't get anywhere, but nothing negative comes of making the attempt. And I believe that we may be able to show, I mean, that takes a bit more analysis, but we may be able to show that we in fact would be eligible. So even if it wasn't the original intent.
Sure, thank you for the conversation. I know that according to our lobbyist, she says that she's never known of any district other than a small school district to receive the funding. My question for the board, and again, the district can do whatever they choose to do as far as putting forth an appropriation request. We would have to find a legislator, and that most likely would be either the one who will be replacing Yvonne Hayes Henson or Representative Sapp, because they're on the north side. I don't know if we've had conversations with them about this idea. We would have to have a sponsor to take it. And so if neither one of those are interested, then that may just end the conversation. But I know I personally haven't had conversations with either of them. And so we'll need to start there sooner rather than later, I would say, and see if there is an appetite. Beyond that, the South End Early Learning would be in Representative Chamberlain's district. So we need to talk with him about that too. I think we posed that last year a bit without actually asking for that appropriation request. So the other question is, do we want to go all in and try both and compete against ourselves? Or do we want to pick one or the other? That's what I think that the board should have conversation about it a bit. Again, the district can submit however they choose to do so on it, but I'm open to dialogue.
Previous conversation, though, they're not coming from the same buckets from the state legislator perspective, correct?
They're all appropriations requests. So I believe that it's possible that there's a little separate money over there that have been typically reserved for rural school districts, but traditionally, they have not given to a medium-sized district that has seen growing enrollment over the last 5 years. So regardless, it still will take a sponsor, I believe. The process of that is still the same. So if we haven't had conversation at all with a North End representative, we need to do so. And I don't know that that's occurred. So I don't know, Mr. Whitehouse, do you know if that's occurred?
We have none.
So I'm open for dialogue and conversation if we want to take one now or we want to try for both, or
I think we need to go forward with both.
I think we need to go for both too. We need both desperately. And then I'm open to further conversation as we get down the road. If we see we're not getting any traction at all, and we don't get a sponsor for the North End, then we'll fall back on the Early Learning Center. But it's really difficult when the need is so large.
do you guys agree to go for both?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, then that will wrap up our legislative priorities conversation. And Mr. Whitehouse, we can have further conversation with Dr. Brewer and whoever wants to pick that up with getting a representative on the north side into the conversation. And then similarly with Representative Chamberlain, that is in his district. So we'll need to discuss what our plans and visions are for that to see if he would be willing to sponsor that.
I don't want to speak for you, Reverend Cummings, but I do believe Reverend Cummings has a relationship with the just newly elected representative for Yvonne Hinson's seat. And so maybe, I don't know if you'd be willing, Reverend Cummings, but I believe Mr. Fields was elected. Is that correct?
No, not yet.
Is it a runoff?
It's possible to be a runoff.
Okay, so we'll have to see how that shakes out then. But to your point, we need to have conversations, and I do believe Reverend Cummings has some relationship there. So maybe you can kick us off with that. Yeah,
Fields or Randall, Miss Randall. So
that'd be wonderful. Board Member Thor.
Thank you. And this is getting back to attendance. I know that at least in Marion County Public Schools, schools have had challenges with students that start attending at age 5 in kindergarten, which is great. But technically then, because it's not compulsory attendance until age 6, sometimes they attend and sometimes they don't. And I'm still wondering if we could have some sort of specific ask. Any student enrolled in a public school is subject to compulsory attendance starting in kindergarten. You know, schools work with families all the time. If a student starts at age 5 and is a little immature, you know, they can work with the family and stagger start, extend that a little bit. There's lots of things that can be done. But to have the current dynamic, which in too many instances, the kid goes to school on days when it's convenient and on days when it's not, they don't, because it's not required. And I feel for the kindergarten teachers that are moving ahead with instruction because, according to the state, kindergarten now has to be rigorous. And they don't mean exercise. They mean academics. So it's to try to help that dynamic. Obviously, it is a parent choice whether or not to wait to enroll their child until age 6. And great. But if they choose to enroll them at age 5, then to me it only makes sense that the rules are for thee and we.
I don't disagree. I think we haven't had a lot of agreement. I think we all agree with you. I don't think the legislature agrees with us.
That's correct. So the conversation last year, even in legislative platform development, was some of the conversation is, what are the issues we're really trying to address? We know what it is. Is there another way to come at it so that we can get the ball to actually start rolling? I don't know the answer to that. That's the piece, because we know the problem we're trying to solve. I don't think that the identification has been as evident among those elected in Tallahassee to be behind the idea. I mean, we tried to have mandatory kindergarten. That's what we wanted last year. That was a non-starter. So even if it's on an issue of continuing concern, maybe that's the way we need to frame it with FSBA and the platform development, to consider it an issue of continuing concern.
Yes, as long as it doesn't slide off the radar, because what we're trying to do is prepare students to be able to be successful in reading on grade level by third grade, so they get the outcomes that they need to be successful. I mean, sure, it's great to be in an A district and, brag and feel really good about that. But why do we want to be in a district? We want to be in a district because that means that more children are learning to read and learning to read well by third grade. That is the heart of all of this. And if we don't keep bringing it up, and we're working so hard on the pre-K portion of it, then there's this identified, I wouldn't even call it a gap, I'd call it a chasm. But I do agree it's how we present it. So I just presented it this go-round as a short statement. If you're going to be there, you need to be all in. So, and I'm open to whatever else. I love that as a topic of continuing concern. At least that keeps it on the burner. Maybe not on the front burner, but at least it's still on the stove.
Sure. So with the board's approval, or Ms. Thurber, you can share it yourself if you'd like, but to submit that to the Florida School Boards Association as an issue of continuing concern for any student enrolled in public school to be subject to compulsory attendance.
Starting in kindergarten.
Right, starting in kindergarten.
I see a head nod from.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, I think we all know that it's the elephant in the room, so
chronic absenteeism in kindergarten is at almost 50% in Marion County Public Schools.
Exactly.
So that means, for layman's terms, 1 in 2 students in kindergarten are chronically absent. Chronically absent as defined by more than 2 absences a month, right? So unexcused absences. That doesn't include the mommy notes and the doctor's notes and all the other notes. That's just straight up, we didn't come to school and we didn't provide any proof. So we all agree for sure. I just think, the worst thing, I think the best case scenario is you ask for a whole lot and then they pick one of the 3 that we've asked for. So I don't think it hurts us to keep including it, because we certainly have all of the data to tell a very compelling story.
Okay.
Okay. So public comment on legislative items? Okie dokie. Well, hearing none, we're going to move into 5.1, which is our potential impact fee study. Mr. Whitehouse and I believe Xavier is here.
Yes, ma'am. So Xavier Belardi is our planning manager, and he brought this to us in the summer when we did our annual indexing exercise, and now we'd like to be able to share, based on that conversation, a potential timeline for doing an updated study for our impact fees.
Great.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Board Chair Dr. James, board members, and Deputy Superintendent Mr. Whitehouse. Happy to be here. I'm here to briefly discuss a potential impact fee study that the school board and the school district may want to consider in the near future. So, as we know, the district resumed collecting educational impact fees in 2024 after a long hiatus. The fees were reinstated in March of 2024, with collections beginning later that year in July. Under the updated requirements of the Florida Impact Fee Act, the school board will be eligible to request an increase in 2028. If we pursue an increase of more than 50%, we would need to demonstrate extraordinary circumstances and, at a minimum, meet 3 requirements. The first one is that we would need to complete an impact fee study completed within 12 months of the adoption of the updated fees. Second, we would need to hold 2 publicly noticed workshops. And finally, the increase would require unanimous approval from the Board of County Commissioners. On this slide, you'll see our current impact fee rates. For comparison, I have included a column showing what a 50% increase would look like. That increase represents the maximum increase we could pursue without triggering the extraordinary circumstances requirements I just covered. The final column shows the rates recommended by Benesh in 2023. That was the last time we had an impact fee study completed. Moving from our current rates to those recommended rates would represent an increase of approximately 150%. For some additional context to the public, the rates we collect today are approximately 40% of the rates recommended in the 2023 impact fee study. This slide shows a potential timeline for moving forward. There will be first some internal work on our end to collect and prepare the necessary data. I would anticipate allowing approximately 3 to 4 months for that process. From there, we could look at beginning an impact fee study in the spring of 2027. Based on preliminary conversations with consultants, we would anticipate approximately 4 to 5 months for that study to be completed and for a draft report to be presented to the board. That would have an estimated cost of $80,000 to $85,000. That timeline would then give us approximately 4 to 6 months to hold the 2 required publicly noticed workshops and work through the remainder of the process. Ultimately, the goal would be to position the school board to make a formal request to the Board of County Commissioners sometime in the spring or early summer of 2028. This is still a preliminary timeline, but I wanted to bring it before you now so we can begin thinking ahead. This concludes my presentation, but I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Board, I open it up for conversation. Yes, Board Member Thor?
Thank you. These slides look familiar. We've been down this road before. I need some clarification to make sure I understand on slide 2. If requesting beyond a 50% increase, the school board will need, in the first bullet, demonstrated needs study completed within 12 months of the adoption of the impact fee increase to demonstrate in extraordinary circumstances. That almost reads to me like after we've adopted the impact fee increase, then we need to do a study. But that doesn't make sense.
I would translate that you need a recent impact fee study when you are requesting the impact fee increase.
Okay.
So that study needs to have been done within the 12 months of that request.
Of the request, but not the adoption.
Of the adoption, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, of the adoption. Of when the Board of County Commissioners votes on the adoption.
Okay.
The word proceeding might help. Like completed within the, preceding 12 months of the adoption or whatever. That's what you're looking for, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes, just to make sure that we're clear.
I think the
Because I knew that was too good to be true.
takeaway is
We get it and then justify it? I don't think that's how this works.
Yeah, it's a recent impact fee study, I think is the takeaway.
Okay, great,
Over a year, I would consider that expired.
understood. Okay.
And it's the completion of the study, which we all know the study took
A while.
12 months last time. I mean, this is, in my opinion, a very generous timeline because I got on the board and we had just approved prior to me getting on the board, the impact fee firm to start, and it took 2 years almost. I mean, I was sworn in November and we didn't have impact fees until July, just shy of the 2-year mark. So I find this to be pretty aggressive timeline, but.
If I could add to that, that study was more than just an impact fee study. It was also a long-range plan that was completed by Benesh.
Right.
So if we were just focusing on an impact fee study, told by multiple consultants, it would be a 4 to 5 month timeline expected if our internal data collection is completed before that process begins.
Which we've spent lots of time working on that.
And we've done a lot of discussion about apples and apples and oranges and how everybody's systems now should play well with each other. And so that should speed the process along, because that was very initially in the process, something that I worked quite hard with, at the time, Chair Thrower on. And that was a difficult thing to come to agreement on. And ultimately, they had to go and get their apples and oranges together. So,
Too bad Mr. Bairstow has left, because that would be a good context. Okay, so who else has context on this?
I wanted to ask Ms. Thrower, if she doesn't mind, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if the public is just chiming into this conversation, would you mind just explaining how 2023, and we only asked for 40% when there was a much bigger recommendation. So I just wondered if you could give us a brief narrative of, well, because I think the public is probably curious why we're asking again so quickly. And so I just think it's a really important piece of the conversation.
Absolutely, yes. This took up all of that time, really, and 2023 was a different year. You know, we had not had impact fees. Impact fees have been suspended for 11 years. This school board did the best they could to hold off as long as possible before requesting reenacting impact fees. Those of us that were around during the Great Recession saw how bad it got and wanted to make sure that the county was really back on solid footing and rolling along. That accelerated because of COVID, certainly, and families being able to move down to Florida because our schools were open. So that wasn't something that anyone could have anticipated, but it certainly impacted us even more. So I think a couple things were in play. We hadn't gone down this road in 11 years. There was new legislation. There was a lot of hesitation to not do anything to squelch development. The 40% came as a sort of, I would call it a veiled recommendation. And so we went with that, believing that there was some consensus there and that would help facilitate a prompt closure to the process. That's not exactly the way it went, which was very disappointing, but you live and learn, and boards change, and there becomes new views in the community as well about the status of things. So what if I had the opportunity to do this over again, or not even do it over again, to do it again, my advice and recommendation to the board would be to pad your timeline, you know, start earlier than you think. The Benesh now has good information, more up-to-date data. We now have some pretty good agreement between the city, the county, the municipalities about definitions of things. You know, we've came through the fire together, and hopefully that's going to pay off in this next round of negotiations. So I would very much encourage the next board to be completely straightforward on what we really need to continue to improve in this area, and ask for it. You know, in my view, the circumstances are still quite extraordinary, really. It would be nice this time around to get some acknowledgement that we did wait way longer than almost any other county, and that now we really do need to keep accelerating the opportunity for our impact fees to be commensurate with the need, is how I would close that summary.
Okay.
And you said that beautifully, thank you. And kindly, let me just add kindly.
Okay, so who else? I mean, what other opinions do we have? I think we all obviously want, the board has said, but previously, we all want to move forward. We all want to readdress this. It was a kind of a kick in the knees that we adopted at 40% to do what was right for the community, and then we watched the county commission adopt at 100% 3 months later, whatever it was. And so certainly we had reflections on making sure we do it differently next time. And I think that we can't really start much before the end of this calendar year, but I do believe, board, if we all want to chime in, are we ready to kick the game off in January? The board will look a little different, at least we know, and so are we ready to move forward in January and in the spring? Yes?
Yes, I am.
Dr. Campbell? You seem hesitant as well.
Well, I'm not hesitant. I'm honestly looking at this 12 months. I was trying to go back and see exactly the date of when the Benesh study was completed, because I believe that from the completion date of the Benesh study may have actually been earlier than 12 months from the adoption date because of how long it took the county to adopt. And so that's where I'm concerned about that specific part, not about us doing it.
And that's generally fixable by an amendment. An amendment creates a new document, and an amendment creates a new study. So if there is something that needs to be added on to that study because we're having a disagreement over some aspect on the timeline, and it includes a one-sentence amendment, that is now the completed and new
Starts
study.
with the timeline. Okay, then I'm okay.
That's my argument for it, yes.
Because I do find the amendments that we had to the study back in June of '23, so that would have been within the 12 months. But that's where I was like, that study, because it started when I was chair in '22. So like, I know it was all of Ms. Thrower's chairmanship in '23, but it started back in '22. So, okay. All right, then I'm good. Absolutely, we need to move forward with this. The law has changed so that we can't do it any sooner than 28. And that's unfortunate because in the middle of all of that, we had a law change. So we're unable to ask any sooner than 28. So I like the timeline you put together.
And is it January of 28, like January 1 of 2028, or is it July 1st of 2028 when we adopted?
That's a little bit unclear. The county, once they adopt, the Board of County Commissioners, once they adopt the impact fee increase, they need 90 days to give public notice.
But what is the 2028 is a date certain based on?
The 2024 adoption.
Adoption date.
Correct.
Which was adopted July 1st.
The impact fees resumed collections resumed in July 1st.
You're right, it was adopted
March
5th.
March 5th. And then we waited until the fiscal year rolled over.
Yes.
Correct.
We shall not belabor the point. So is it based on March 5th then, 2028?
I believe so. I would say we have about a
Yes.
4 to 5 year. The really critical, I think, piece of this puzzle is not to wait over 5 years. If you wait over 5 years, the school board will not be able to use this extraordinary clause. They would have to fall within the normal.
So what I'm asking for is if we're backwards planning, then, and March 5th is the date certain of our 4-year anniversary of sorts, and that we can't come before them before that. We want to make sure that we have ample ducks quacking in a row so that by March 5th, we are asking, especially because 28 is an election year, and we all know what happens during election years. And so I just think that it would behoove us to have everything lined up so as our soonest of our anniversary, we can take action.
The other thing that's unique about the law change, is that we now have to have unanimous approval.
Yes.
And it used to be 4/5.
And I have some potential qualms and disagreement with that being put out there because the fact is that it refers to the governing body. And everybody immediately jumps to governing body, meaning the county commission. In fact, we held our 2 public meetings, and then the county commission only after that said that, well, we're the governing body, but in an abundance of caution, we're going to be doing that. When in fact, in statute, it specifically says local government, comma, school district, comma, or special district is the governing body, depending on who's bringing it. So I think there's ample research opportunity and ample argument opportunity to say that what it requires is a unanimous consent of this board, not of the county. However, we'll continue to research that because it's just one of those things that's written in legislation that they don't really give great clarity to. So I don't want to also pick fights before we need to, and pick none at all if we can avoid it.
Okay. So are we all good on the impact fee moving forward? Yeah? Okay, I hope you get your Wheaties because it's quite a process. Is there any public comment on impact fees? All right.
So just to recap, Chair, Mr. Blarty will begin the internal data work that we need to do this fall. So we'll get started on that as soon as possible, and then the goal will be to bring an agreement with Banesh by the end of this calendar year so that we can get started. So that will require board approval that we'll work on.
Hold on. Are we not going to put out an RFP for who's going to do this? I didn't love I didn't love our experience with Banesh.
And I don't know, Mr. Whitehouse, I don't want to speak for you, but I don't believe our team loved working with them either. So my recommendation would at least to be out to put out an RFP.
So from my understanding, talking with Mr. Collins, there's two ways we can approach this. There are really two games in town from what Mr. Bellardi's done on his research. There's one other company besides Banesh that does a lot of these impact fee studies that we could look at, which kind of limits you on an RFP. The process we used the last time was doing a piggyback agreement, which we can do again if we decide on a company to do a piggyback agreement.
I would love to know our options.
I would be in favor of sticking with Banesh just because they already have all the data and are already familiar with everything they've already done for us. I think the potential costs involved with switching companies. Additionally, if our team had issues, the majority of those team members are no longer in the district. So it's all new faces, all new players they're going to be working with this time around.
Board Member Thor.
It appears there's some consistency with other governmental entities using Banesh. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So that may also help when it comes to any potential questions regarding the process and the legitimacy and things like that. It was hard the first time around, but it doesn't mean it has to be hard the second time around. It's a new era. We have updated information. So if there's only two in town and everyone else is using one, again, more information may be needed before y'all make that final decision, but that's some things I would be thinking about.
I totally agree. I just would say I want to make sure we've thoroughly reviewed all of our options and processes and don't just go with who did it the first time because they did it the first time. That's what I would like to know, and like price comparison and et cetera. Board Member Campbell.
Sure, and part of the other challenge, I believe, that was a part of that Banesh process was that all of the different governmental bodies, the language didn't speak to each other. And that's all the work that IB Pro has done for us over the last year and a half, 2 years, to make sure that now everybody's speaking the same language from each of the municipalities as well. So Banesh trying to put something together with really complicated data was potentially some of the challenge that now has been overcome thanks to the school district footing the bill to get all of that done as well. So I'm game with us sticking with the people that we've already been using, just because that's also who the county's been using for all of their studies.
Madam Chair, I think we had some issues with, we did have some issues with Banesh, but I think the issues mainly were because we hadn't done anything for so long, and it was the first time around for us. So I'm inclined to kind of leaning to Banesh, but whatever processes that we have in place that we need to do for, whether it's the RFP or whatever, if there's only two games in the town, it's going to be one or the other. So.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment on this item? All right, hearing none, we're going to move into item 6.1, which is our certificate of participation.
Before we get there, may I just say, my office has worked very closely with Mr. Bellardi recently on this and other issues, and I just wanted to, with Mr. Whitehouse present, give him a thank you personally and say that he's been quite wonderful and professional. I've greatly appreciated his discussion, his work, and we're able to bounce things back and forth quite well and answer one another's questions. So I've been very pleased. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, hearing no public comment on this item, we'll move into our COPS follow-up. Mr. Whitehouse, I think we're talking about our white fleet.
Yes, ma'am, and this is my presentation. Would you prefer I stay up here or go down to the podium?
No, stay here.
Okay. So at the last work session, we had a COPS presentation from Mr. Rios Welsh that sparked two conversations that the board asked that we bring back this work session for further discussion. One was, is there a need for a bus lease option like we did in 2019, which that was researched by Mr. Rios Welsh in terms of what that financial impact could be if we wanted to do another mass purchase of buses through that option. And then the other piece was looking at the central office and what the actual construction costs. We had it ballparked at $35 million on the COPS request that we did in April. Could we really build a central office for $35 million? And so we're going to discuss both of those items. So the first thing that you'll see on here in the first slide is our current bus inventory of what we're looking at in our system. We have 334 total.
I'm sorry, Mr. Christian, can you get the PowerPoint up? Got it, thank you.
So we have 334 total buses in our inventory right now. Of course, not all of those are driven. A lot of them are in our boneyard and are used for spare parts and cannibalization as needed. We do have a number of buses that we lease out to our charter schools as well for their use. But you can see from that group right now, we have 114 buses that we own that were purchased prior to that 2019 lease option. We had 160 buses that were purchased with that 2019 lease that we are still working to pay off. And then we had 42 buses purchased within the last 5 years. And then this last round of capital outlay, we purchased an additional 18 buses this last school year that we just took inventory of this summer. So the next slide on there just gives you a quick rundown of bus cost replacement. So we are currently purchasing 77 passenger buses, and you'll see there are two different ways that we purchase those 77 passengers. One would be a non-lift bus, which would seat all of the 77 students. Those come in at about $170,000 each on the state contract, based on some of the add-in options that we include, like star seating for our pre-K students to be able to ride on those buses. We put in some of our own spec requirements. And then the 77 passenger lift buses, so same size bus, but obviously reduced seating capacity because they do have wheelchair access on those, that come in at right about the same cost, but seating for only 54 students on those. So currently, we have $4 million budgeted in the capital plan for this upcoming school year, and we have done that in the 5-year projection as well each year, which allows us to replace about 23 to 24 buses a year. We're operating about 260 buses a day in our routes, so that gets us pretty close to 10% of our buses that we can replace on an annual basis with that $4 million if we stay consistent with that year over year. So the question the board asked was, do we need to do this now? The answer is no, we don't need to do this now. We can continue with the $4 million allocation. The challenge is going to be in a few years when all of those 160 2019 buses that we purchased start to get old, and we've got to start replacing them. It's kind of like when we replaced that huge glut of Chromebooks during COVID, and they all came due at the same time. It was great to have them at the time because we got to replace a whole bunch of them, but then they all need to be replaced at the same time. And so we may have to revisit this conversation in about 3 years, and maybe re-examine that need to do that mass purchase again, or continue to limp forward with doing 10% a year and try to make these buses last as long as possible.
Can we talk about buses for a second?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we'll just pause on buses, because I know I have remarks about buses. I think that it is a more responsible and conservative approach, if we can figure it out, and now that we have sales tax, it gives us a little bit more fluff, to replace every year a set amount. If $4 million is not enough to put us in a positive position for when the 2019 come to end of life, then maybe we look at trying to fund $6 or $7 million a year. But I do not think it is a responsible decision to then go borrow a big chunk, where then a decade later, the board then is going to have to then take out more money to continue to fix a very large purchase. So if we can figure out how to responsibly even increase the $4 million by a few million more to address this need, debt-free and no interest, and able to address the looming cliff of 2019 buses, that would be my request and recommendation, board. So I don't know if anyone else has comments about buses, but.
I concur.
Okay, Dr. Campbell agrees. All right. Board Member Thrower.
I absolutely agree. Being on the board when we were really behind the 8 ball back in 2018 and needed to buy a lot of buses in a short amount of time. And I'll finish framing my comment with the fact that, as of today, we're 45,000 students plus. So that's more students than we had, before. And having reliable bus transportation that is on-time pickup, on-time delivery like Amazon is going to take us a very long way. So I love the idea of just continuing the purchases slowly and having that be a line item, going forward that we can plan for.
Well, and what is the average life of a bus? Do we get a decade out of a bus?
We can usually, it depends on which route they're running, because some of our routes obviously rack up way more mileage than others, but we can get pretty close to a decade out of a bus if we maintain it properly.
And so if that means we need to address how we approach funding the next 3 or 4 years to help get those 2019s covered, and then we just stay in that comfortable 4 or 5 million every year, it keeps essentially no bus older than 10 years. And so I would love, personally, I would love our CFO to come up with a plan that conservatively addressing this cliff without borrowing money to do it, if it's possible. I know we have lots of financial asks, but competing top priorities, but that would be my request. Okay, I see head nods. Okay, so let's move on from buses.
Ma'am. So the second piece on here then is the central office conversation, and you'll see that we've looked at 2 different options for possible central office construction. One would be a new construction cost. I think we said at the last work session that one of the places we are exploring is our current property right here for possible new construction. And then the other option we looked at was an existing build out. If we were to purchase an existing storefront that we could build out, what would those prices be? So we had some conversations with Talon. Talon is the group that actually did the build out on Albertsons for the heart of Florida. And so they gave us the price estimate of $200 per square foot for a build out if we were to do something similar to what they did at the heart of Florida. That build out at $200 per square foot only includes the build out, though. It does not include the cost of the property itself, does not include the need for a new roof on a facility if we were to purchase something that needed a new roof or an HVAC system, any structural supports for a roof, because if we are shifting from a storefront with one large open air system to a whole bunch of individual offices, it requires a heavier load of HVAC on the roof, which requires more structural integrity of the roof, so we'd have to have it evaluated by a structural engineer. And then anything that we want to do to the external facade of that building, if that does not include any of that work as well. So essentially what we would be looking at if we were to find a 65,000 square foot storefront is about $13 million on that build out for the property. The first site that we've looked at so far, which is on the market right now, is the current old Kmart property, which is on the market right now for $11 million. The square footage for that is 112,000 square feet, and so you'll see that that estimated $200 per square foot, what that cost breakdown is for the build-out would be $22.4 million. That's just for the build-out. Plus the purchase price, we estimate the HVAC replacement, because that Kmart does not have a workable HVAC right now. I've toured it, it's quite hot. And we would have to do a total rebuild. That estimate is about $8 million for the HVAC that would be needed for that square footage. And then the roof right now is unknown until we utilize a structural engineer, but replacing the roof with structural support, we anticipate to be in the neighborhood of $2 million plus, which would put the total price of that using a build out of that model at about $43 million. If we were to go with a new construction, the new construction estimate right now from what Talon shared would be $500 a square foot for an office building like what we want to build. That would include all aspects of the construction, including the site work, and that price at a $65,000, which is what we're still anticipating our needs being, would be about $32.5 million. And then if we had to do any potential site work, again, we're working with Geotech right now just to evaluate what we have underneath the ground here and if it's buildable. But potential site work could, include up to $3 million from what we're seeing right now with some of the void mitigation that we're doing, which brings that potential price tag to about $35 million. So is it doable to do new construction for $35 million for what we're looking for in terms of size capacity? Yes. We may have to look at scaling some things back when we actually, the rubber meets the road and we get into things, but that's kind of where we are with all of our new construction right now.
Go ahead.
I just have a question about what build-out includes for the Kmart property. The build-out, does that include all the furniture and everything that would be required to actually house employees?
Yeah, so we would have to add FF&E into that cost. So the build-out is looking at creating new walls, drop ceilings, redoing the HVAC ductwork interior. There's not enough restrooms in the Kmart property to meet SREF because it's set up for, a store, whereas we would have 300 plus employees on a daily basis working there that has greater restroom requirements. So we would actually have to dig underneath the ground to tap into the sewer line to be able to add additional restrooms onto the site. So all of that, building out the offices, conference rooms, front office suite, all of that's included in that $200 per square foot build out.
As a point of clarification, there's no necessity to build out 112,000 square feet when we need 65,000. So I would respectfully say that this build-out number is inflated by almost $10 million because it would be much more appropriate to build out 65,000 square feet of the Kmart and leave the rest vacant. We then now have property in town, so if, I don't know, Bridgeway got larger, or we start more alternative ed, or we need more space, we now have another space to be able to house additional alternative learning opportunities if we had it. So I don't think it's appropriate to say it's going to be $22.4 million to build out 112,000 square feet when you're saying we only need 65,000 square feet. So 65,000 square feet is 13 million, not 22.4.
Although, I mean, you're not going to put on 2/3 of a roof.
Sure, so the roof number stays 2 million, and the AC number can stay 8 million, and all of those numbers stay the same. What I'm saying is the build-out number, which is encompassing walls and drop ceilings and baseboards and all of those kinds of things, is 22.4 million, but it doesn't have to be because we would only build out what we're going to use. Like, we wouldn't build out 112,000 square feet to then let a finished space just sit empty. That would be completely irresponsible. Unless we had an intention to use it.
Yeah, I guess I was just kind of trying to visualize what that would look like, and in terms of AC and not cooling, that extra area till we needed it, just the logistics. I love where you're going with it in terms of the cost savings, but in reality, what would that really look like? I guess I just keep thinking about co-location and shared use. At some point, it would be nice to have a conversation with the county, and because I've seen the painting of their, dream space. And so maybe there would be some opportunity here for all of us to save some money and have more of a one-stop shop like Pasco County has, and probably a couple other counties that I'm not aware of.
And my question is, where are we building this new construction site? Because I don't see any tear-down costs included here, but if we build it here, there's all kinds of stuff that's got to get taken apart here. So
the tear down cost is worked into that $500 a square foot. If we're doing that new construction, we have to wait until we do the geotech survey to really figure out where on this property, if anywhere, is even buildable. And so that's yet to be determined. But to your point, Mr. Rohr, we have had conversations with the county already about some possible shared use of spacage. They are interested in doing some partnership work with us on this space if we were to repurpose this space from the current existing school use that it has. But that's to be determined. They're still waiting, obviously, on their referendum that they're going to bring forward to be able to generate some additional funding, but they would be interested in partnering in a variety of ways.
you mean like expanding the site to encompass a county and a school board municipality complex?
So we did not have that discussion, but they are in, part of their desire is to try to find a location where they could house a hurricane shelter and a shared community space that could be used for indoor community space that could take off some of the load from the school system in terms of hurricane sheltering.
On our property?
So they can build it anywhere they want, but the shared partnership is an option because we already have space, which would reduce the cost of what that would need to look like.
Well, they also have a ton of green space over McPherson.
Let's
so-
not digress. Let's stay focused because I think you just triggered all of us. So let's not digress on this topic. Okay, let's stay focused. So I think what you're looking for us.
Future of co-location is gone.
So let's stay focused. So what I understand is you are looking for us to, we have Booster Stadium, we've said $20 million. Yes. Previous work sessions. And then you're looking for us to kind of say, yay, to another 35 or so million to then put in a COPS, whatever the proper word is, for south of 60 million so that it has better, it gets better play in the market. Is that the best way for me to put it in very layman's terms? Yes, I see some head nods. Yes. So at the conclusion of today's conversation about this, what are you looking for us to do?
So we're going to come back with an updated COPS presentation at the next work session, but I think we just wanted to share, because the question was asked, could we build a central office one way or another, whether it's a build out or a new construction, for that $35 million ask that we had with COPS? And the answer is yes, can be done. And no, we do not need the bus lease, so we can take that out of the conversations. Right now, what we're looking at is the money for Booster and the $35 million for a central office for the COPS, but we'll have an updated COPS presentation at the next work session.
Okay. Okay, so board, are there any other questions about the information that's been provided here? When is the next presentation?
The very next one for September 3rd, I think, Ms. Welsh? Yeah.
Yes, okay. Board Member Thrower.
And the goal being to have a final answer and a vote by when?
So ideally, we'd want to move forward this fall with the COPS portion so that we can start working on what actually needs to be done to secure the bond and be able to start work next summer on boosters. So we would need to secure the bond, obviously, by spring so that we would have the funding available to start work on booster.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from the board? No? Okay. Any public comment on this item? All right. Hearing none, we are going to move into 7.1, summer school wrap-up. I believe Ms. Connor is leading our conversation here.
Good afternoon, not good morning. So I'm back for summer school wrap-up. I know last year we had a really great conversation about what summer school looked like, and we wanted some different data this year than we had last year. So hopefully throughout this presentation, you'll see the good, the bad, and the ugly, and everything in between of how summer school worked for our students this year. I also have several folks with me. Ms. Beck is here, Ms. Riedel is here, and Ms. Anna Williams-Jones is here, as we all had a little bit different pieces of summer school this year. All right, Ms. Beck is gonna lead us off with VPK summer recap.
All right, good afternoon. So this summer we ran 2 programs connected to VPK. The first program was our traditional VPK program. We kept with our red, white, and blue theme. So red, white, and blue, we want you for summer VPK. We offered it at 2 locations this year, Winding Oaks and Fordham. We hired 4 teachers, 4 paraprofessionals. This summer, we served 36 students, which seems small, but is an increase over what we've had in the past. As a requirement, these students complete 300 hours over the summer, so it is a lot to get in a short amount of time. As a matter of fact, we start our training day the first day that we are able to do that after teachers leave, and we begin summer school the very next day in order to get it complete so that those rooms can get clean before teachers return. So which students are eligible to come to this program? These are students that are kindergarten eligible who did not attend a VPK program during the regular school year utilizing their certificate of eligibility. So that includes students that may have been at home with mom, grandparent, or other caregiver. That also would have been students that were participating in our VPK program, but were in there utilizing their IEP. Then in the summer, when parents choose to pull their certificate of eligibility, they can come for that summer programming as well. All right, moving along, how did we outreach to our program? We did a number of things. First, we do partner with our local Early Learning Coalition. They helped to advertise that in some of their monthly communication, as well as we put that on our MCPS websites. And then another key place that we share this information is that students that have an individualized education plan that are articulating to kindergarten, those families receive this information at those meetings as we get closer to the end of the year. All right, looking at our data, so if it's 300 hours, we do 30 days, 10 hours a day. So this growth is over a 30-day period. I will tell you that the beginning testing window is the first 10 days. The last testing window is the last 10 days. So you have truly 10 days in between. So just keeping that in mind as you're looking at this growth. So our scale score average for our students grew from a 659 to a 764, which overall collectively was a 15-point increase. That was the average. I think when I came last time, I talked about 707, which is indicating kindergarten readiness. These students are or did articulate to kindergarten just 2 weeks ago, and so the scale score of a 707, which does indicate kindergarten readiness. Collectively, those 35 students, when they came in at the beginning, 29% of them were at a 707 or higher, and by the end, we had 42%. So again, within a short window of time, we're able to make some nice increases. All right, so the nice thing about summer is that class size is capped. So it is 1 adult to 12 students. We actually put a teacher and a paraprofessional for up to 12 students. Another benefit of the program, great opportunities for students to have interaction with each other and to have interactions with the adults in the classroom. And then certainly for many of our students that haven't participated in any program at all, it's a great opportunity for students to begin to learn to follow routines and procedures and kind of what is school all about. So we listed it as program opportunities. I'll just tell you they were challenges or things for consideration. The 10-hour day is a long day. It's a long day for students, and quite frankly, it's a long day for staff members. But again, needing to get that 300 hours in, and there's no concession on that, we kind of have to do what we have to do. And then certainly we're going to continue the discussion during this school year in preparation for next year, and that is having available supports for students with significant needs coming into a summer VPK program when really, honestly, the current staff at those schools is pretty minimal. And so just thinking through that as we prepare for next summer. And then the second program we had is the Summer Bridge program. This is the second year. Last year, I came to you and I told you we didn't have any students that participated in the program. So we're excited. We had some students this year. The program took place from June 2nd to July 15th. So it is a 100-hour program. It was offered at Winding Oaks and Fordham. We really only had families take advantage at Fordham. So it was at one location. We hired one teacher, one paraprofessional. I knew you all would be interested to know that in our community, we had 103 students qualify from both public and private VPK programs, and so we welcomed 10 students to that program. They completed 100 hours, and the entire thing has a literacy focus. I should say the entire program. Okay, qualifications. So these were students that had been at a VPK program at some point during the school year, and they scored below the 25th percentile on Progress Monitoring 3. That was up from the year before. The year before it was at 10%. So we were pleased that they'd raised it to 25. That kind of gave us a little bit wider outreach to invite students. Also, if the student could not complete the practice items on the end of the year assessment, they automatically qualified. Or if the assessment was deemed not appropriate for the student, that automatically qualified them as well. All right, so how did we outreach to that program? Again, partnering with the local Early Learning Coalition, advertising on our website. We also utilized our early learning coaches working with our VPK teachers, and any student that qualified within MCPS, they were given a qualifying letter, and it was directly sent home to the family, and then there was a follow-up encouraging them to participate in the program. And then we did something a little bit different this year. So DEL sends us a list because we cannot see the scores of private providers and the children that are in those programs. So they sent us a list of who those children were, what private facility they were a part of, and what their score was. So we generated eligibility letters for all of them, and the year before we had done calling, and my early learning coaches came back and said, that was not very successful. So we took a different approach this year, and our early learning coaches went to every single site. I wrote a script for them, and they met with the director of the program or the assistant director of the program, and didn't say, hey, we think you have a child that qualifies. They said, you do have at least one child that qualifies. Here are the eligibility letters. Will you please send those home for us? And then explained a little bit about the program. So in looking at our data, we did heavy focus on letter names, letter sounds. Again, these are children that were going to be walking into kindergarten here in the fall. And so we took those 10 students and kind of did some collective averages. So you can see our uppercase letter knowledge increased. It went from about, our average was about 6 letters, uppercase letters that they knew, to about 10. Our lowercase letters increased as well, but maybe not as significantly as our uppercase letters. But we had the most significant growth in letter sounds. So I'll just tell you, collectively, those 10 students, when we assessed them, knew 0 letter sounds. So by the end, we had gone up to 10, but again, keeping in mind, this was a 15-day, a 25-day program, and we put a window in the front end and the back end for testing, so not a whole lot of time in between. We also worked on first and last names. We knew that was going to be a requirement coming into kindergarten. They all showed significant growth there. And then we gave them a pre and post test for phonological awareness and really focused in on 2 phonemic awareness areas that showed significant growth, and that was blending syllables and segmenting words into syllables, which along the continuum is at the lower end. So again, we're kind of making some cleanup there in preparation for them getting ready for letter sounds and words. Okay, so what was our strengths? The fact that more families knew about the program this year. We were getting way more calls this year, talking with families about whether they qualified. We had kindergarten parents, families who thought their children were going to qualify, but again, that's a good problem to have because they're hearing about it, and that was great. The next thing that we were able to do that DEL approved, because the other thing is we are given funds to run our Summer Bridge program, but I have to write a whole proposal on how all of those funds are going to be utilized. So one of the things that got approved was that every child at the end of the summer walked away with a backpack, and a backpack filled with resources to continue home learning until kindergarten started. And then with that, I was able to pay for a live virtual session. It was about 45 minutes, and families joined us, and the gal talked about what was in the backpack, how to use it at home, and had some really terrific ideas of other ways that families could do home learning that cost $0. So she did a great job. So what were our opportunities or considerations? One, it is a 4-hour-a-day instructional program. We don't set those hours. That is set by DEL, and that is written into rule. They did allow us this year to do what they called some wraparound care, so I could get in breakfast, I could get in lunchtime, but it was not intended to extend the day to 6 hours or 8 hours or anything like that. So that definitely was prohibited in some respects because 4 hours, parents really then struggle with the care for after that. And then I would think another opportunity for us is we are grateful that DEL provided that information about private providers, but it was really late. So some of those programs, honestly, had already released their kiddos for the summer, and so trying to get a hold of them was difficult. And that is your VPK summer programming.
All right, do we have any questions about VPK? Or would we?
I have a question.
Okay.
I just have a comment. Ms. Beck, I just want to say thank you because a long time ago, I taught kindergarten, but I was always excited if students came into kindergarten and they knew at least the letters in their name. I knew it was going to be a good year. They're ready to learn. And so I just want to thank you for your commitment to our youngest learners and early learners. I know they're going to be off to a great start for kindergarten.
Thank you.
Just something I would like to point as a point of context. Thank you for all of this, and I'm glad that we're continuing to meet students as they head into kindergarten. I find it super concerning that 10 of the 100 students, so presumably these 10 are representative of the 100, right? Based on data.
They are.
Spent what we could assume is a year in VPK and have very little to show for that year. And so it, to me, highlights a expanded need for the Early Learning Coalition to have fiddlers train our private providers on early identification and the process of referral, because you probably spent time with these 10 students, certainly more than I did. But I bet if we were to ask that teacher, do some of these children need to be identified for exceptionalities? The answer would probably be overwhelmingly yes. Because if a child has spent an entire year in a VPK program and seemingly is walking away with it not knowing any of their letters, we either have a provider problem or we have a student's absence of capacity and need for identification to provide better supports. So I would ask that we continue to strengthen our relationship with the coalition. I know you sit on the board, and have fiddlers provide direct training to providers on what that referral process looks like, because the other 90 of those showed up without you. And they're somewhere probably in Marion County Public Schools, and they don't know any letters. And their teacher is going, my goodness, where were they for VPK? I'm so concerned. So I just really cannot stress enough that we need to continue to train everyone on early identification so that we can then do our job when they show up for us to provide them quality education.
Thank you for that.
Anything else? All right, let's keep rolling.
All right, let's keep rolling into elementary, third grade reading camp, Read, White, and Blue. That was the theme for this year's camp, and that was offered June 2nd through July 1st. Remember, state statute tells us that we must provide summer reading camp for third grade students who score a level 1 on FAST PM3. However, we know we can't wait until FAST scores come out for PM3, so we began sending out initial invitations for students who scored level 1 on FAST PM2. So that's where our whole timeline started. So based on third grade FAST PM2 reading results, we had those 1,623 students eligible to receive that invitation. After PM3, it went down to 1,122 students who met the criteria eligibility, and of those, 810 registered, 624 showed up. So of those 624, 521 of them scored a level 1 on FAST PM3. The other 103 students had scored a level 2 or higher, but we don't uninvite students once we get that communication going with parents. And then of those 521 students, 106 of them had already qualified for promotion through good cause. So really leaving 415 students in need of that additional pathway to promotion.
Say that number again, 415?
Yes.
Do you know out of how many third graders? Like 400, and how many third graders did we have last year?
About 3,800.
So 415 of 3,800 third graders last year were in need of summer school for promotion.
415 students who showed up to our summer school.
Sorry, yes. Got it.
But there were 1,100 plus that were eligible for it with level 1s being scored, so.
Right, 1122, right?
Yes. Really a third. Do some fast math.
So 29% of third graders were level 1s and were eligible for retention.
True statement.
And then of the 1,122, 415 showed up to summer school that were the level 1s.
Yes, who needed that additional pathway to promotion in some way, shape, or form.
So that 415 board, just for context, only represents 36% of the level 1 students. So that means 64%. Where were they? Are they back? They were at the house?
They were at home.
They were at the house. And then they showed up in third grade again, And maybe, like one of my sweet little MCYFL cheerleaders who proclaimed yesterday at practice that she's going to 4th grade, they took some level of assessment within the first 10 days of school and are now magically promoted.
So, or they could have shown up to take the FAST test in July with us. We did have students show up to take the test who did not attend summer school and who passed the test. I have that number here too in just a second.
Sorry to skip ahead. I was just making sure we have, because I know the numbers have been really important to us, and so I really wanted to frame the conversation around true percentages of it. Board Member Conrad?
I just have a question of clarification, and I think this came up last year too. And so taking the FAST in the summer, in July, when you haven't passed it all year, what's the purpose of that?
Ms. Riedel?
I mean,
The purpose of taking the FAST in July after you didn't pass it in May is another opportunity, potentially after you've worked on some of that instruction through 3rd grade reading camp.
But these didn't, but the ones, to your point, you cannot come to reading camp and just show up.
Correct.
To take the test.
Yes.
That's her question. I think that's the premise of your question.
I don't think I understand the question.
No, I think it's clarified. It's just a real struggle. I feel like sometimes we're kicking ourselves in the behind. When we allow, and I'm going to say allow, we're going to allow them to fail all year and then come in one day in the summer and, oh, look, Mom, I'm now going to go to that just is philosophically wrong, in my opinion.
How many kids passed PM3 in July that didn't come to summer school?
I got that.
Perfect.
Talk about staffing real quick, and then I'll
Yes.
get right there. And
Thank you.
Ms. Riedel provided some additional context that I think make it even more clear. But we did have those 624 students with 41 teachers and 27 paras at those 11 sites. We had allocated in the staffing plan for 72. Again, we hired based off of the group of students we had, so we did end up saving $190,000 by not staffing out that full allocation.
And didn't we do site consolidation as well?
We did that as well. So 3rd grade reading camp, again, we talked so much last year about how we communicate this to our parents and how early that communication starts. We start in August after PM1, whenever we start seeing those level ones, and we continue that process all the way into May when we're really trying to make sure, hey, you're gonna show up, right? Hey, you're gonna show up, right? So schools do a lot of work behind that in making sure that we get the communication out early. We have to plan for it, families have to plan for it, and so that's the retention timeline that we shared with all of our administrators in August of last year.
Chair.
Yes, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
No, it's fine. So just, again, what Vice Chair Conrad was sharing is basically the definition of credit recovery. It's just for 3rd graders. So they can show up and take the test. You can show up and get your algebra EOC out of the way, and all of a sudden you have your graduation requirement. You can show up and take the ACT and get whatever your equivalent score is, and there you go. So it's just, I understand that.
I'm going to address that as we get further.
Sure, but I mean, it basically is credit recovery for 3rd graders. Where I'm having the hang up in my mind as we've been talking attendance and truancy and all the different things, we are required by state statute, state law, that we have to provide 3rd grade reading camp for those level 1 kids. There is nowhere that requires them to attend.
True statement.
Nowhere that requires anybody, if you're behind, go and do what, go forth and prosper, or go forth and not prosper, I guess is. So anyway, I'm struggling with that thought process, and I understand parental choice and parental responsibility is kind of how that looks there, but yeah, I'm just struggling with how we're required to provide it. Taxpayers are footing the bill, yet there's absolutely no requirement for those kids who are not even in 3rd grade meeting even a low benchmark to attend this credit recovery option that we have for them. So if they do have if they are retained in 3rd grade, then we turn up with 20-year-old seniors at some point. So, okay, I'm sorry,
It's a great opportunity for us to have policy that if you score level 1, we're mandating that you come to summer school. Like, We're making all these preparations, we're funding all of these things, and you need to get your behind to school.
To the point too, just to be clear, we don't get any extra money in the summer for summer school.
No, this is paid, elementary, third grade reading camp is paid out of FEFP.
It is? Okay, so we do get FTE for that then?
Yes.
We get additional FTE in the summer for them.
No, it's budgeted.
No.
In the FEFP budget, which we are required to put in.
It is included in the FEFP we get all year.
Yes,
Okay.
because that's
So-
our reading
Which
plan
is
that we
not
submit.
enough money already. So to be clear, the FEFP money we get already, which is short 20 million for transportation and 20 million for, it's already short millions and millions and millions. We also have to then pay for summer school. We are mandated to provide third grade reading camp. We are not receiving any additional funding to cover the cost of reading camp.
And then,
But wait, there's more. Okay, just to be clear.
Then they don't have to come.
I think Attorney Powers had something to share.
I was just going to say, for those that are truant at the, getting near the cusp of summer school, we've handled that by having the judge order their attendance at summer school, whether they're at elementary, middle, or high school level. Anything we've got, elementary or middle, really, because we're not dealing with very many high school students, and I'm not aware that we really had any summer school issues, but it was that transition 8th to 9th, the rising 9th graders that we were trying to catch for credit recovery.
Yeah, we had a few of those, yeah.
But they've been very successful in letting us know, and with, if I've got a kid who needs to be in a program that maybe purposely or not so purposely missed a deadline to get, an application in, all we've got to do is pick up the phone, and somebody on the team has been very good at making sure that we get that kid there. So if they're not in summer school, then we can report to the judge why they're not, and it's not a matter of they couldn't get in.
Right, we had seats available for them.
All right, so let's keep going. So good cause promotion.
Good cause promotion. So in June, we had students take the STAR reading, and that eliminated another 55 students who really would have needed the third grade reading camp because of that good cause promotion.
From the 415 that showed up, just to be clear. The 55 came off of the 415 that showed up?
So if you wanted to keep the math, 1,122 had level 1 on PM3. 519 of those students were promoted for cause in May, so nothing to do with summer. Promoted for cause in June were 55, and then promoted on the FAST PM3 that we offered in July were 92.
Yes, the 415 number I have, I believe, came off of
Those who showed up to summer school.
the ones who showed up to summer school. So then the 55 who had good cause promotion in June, that was after summer school started and they took the STAR.
Yes.
So they didn't participate in the rest of summer school, or they did?
Some did. They should have, but
It would have been in their best interest to continue the learning experience so they were better prepared for fourth grade. But the reality is if they pass the test, then they've now met the requirement for promotion.
right. But we had pretty good attendance this year that we tracked in Skyward. The sister team and Noel Cruz made some great reporting structures for us in Skyward where we were really able to capture attendance this year, and that wasn't something that we were necessarily able to do as easily in the past.
So 55 were good cause in June, and then you moved on to slide 16, but that was
I did. So that's 92 students passed the July FAST, and of those 92 students, 73 of them were part of the 624 who showed up for summer school, or the 415 who needed it, if we were still working with that number.
So 20 magically just passed the test while doing nothing over the summer, presumably.
I'm not sure what they were doing.
Got it.
A lot of those students, however, Chair, were students that scored level 2 at PM2 and then dropped to a level 1 at PM3, so they were close to being proficient anyways. They had showed a level of performance during the year, but sometimes those students end up dropping back just because when they start PM3, they start at the same level that they ended PM2, and the test adapts from there, and so we do end up seeing some students that backslide.
Board Member Campbell.
And just again, for community clarity and conversation, we're talking about level 1 students. And so those students can be receiving anywhere from literally a 0 to a certain number. And so there's a scale there on the number of, the students, the ones that are close and so forth. But if they reach a level 2, then they're not required, all these things we're talking about, but level 2 still is not proficient. So, just for clarity for community, if they're listening and paying attention, we're required certainly for the students who are beyond not proficient. That's not really a terminology, but that they are definitely on the lowest scale possible. But they just have to reach a level just beyond or just below proficient before we have to offer all these things for this. So, level 2 is still not proficient. So it's just our numbers are staggering. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
And still, we're at a 5-year low for level 1s in the district.
That's a very good note.
Woohoo! So based on my math, we have 287 students that were left after good cause that attended summer school that did not get promoted.
You have the same number I have. Good job.
That's pretty good.
My math is mathing.
Math is mathing today.
So then 287 students went back into third grade classrooms.
On top of the students who never showed up for summer school. So as of, these fluctuate because of enrollment and stuff, but we have 456 third grade retainees. Last year we had 524.
What percentage of the class is that? Do we know? I would love, interested in the future to know,
I'll have to look.
Because the number is only, the wow of the number is only reflective of how many kids were in the class, but.
Yeah, we can look at that number of third graders we had last year and third graders we had this year.
And so then do we know the number of kids, that magically, like my sweet MCYFL cheerleader who passed in the last 10 days and got promoted?
We're still testing, but do you have a number as of right now? No, we're still in the middle of that.
How many typically show up to third grade again and just get it done in the first 10 days? Do we know?
We do know, but we don't have that data with us right now. We know how many passed last year, and so we can get that to you after the meeting.
Okay.
And then we'll have, and like I said, when this window closes, we'll have that data too.
Are we mandated to do that? Like, are we mandated to give the test within 10 days to a third grader if they want to go to fourth grade?
It's part of our promotion language that we put in our progression plan and in our comprehensive reading plan. It is PM1.
Correct. So
We give PM1.
essentially PM1, which we're required to give to every student at the beginning of the year, but if they score at a level 2 and they're a retained third grader, they are allowed to use that as promotion for cause to fourth grade by state statute.
I just don't like it.
All right, so attendance.
If we think about, just real quick, sorry, this stuff drives me crazy, and I know you dread coming before us because this bothers me every year, and I drag it all up. But not just for that student, but for 2 classrooms and 2 teachers. So you're pulling them out of a class, it upsets that apple cart, and then you're putting them in a new class, upsetting that apple cart, and actually also adding to that teacher's load, because at the very best, they're level 2. Now, I don't know if they have to be a high level 2 or a low level 2, but you're adding another challenge to the instruction of that day, because that's not a student that's coming in and going to be, for lack of a better term, an easy child to teach. They're not going to come in with all of their previous standards mastered. And so I just, as we go through this, and this is kind of what bothers me about what we're doing, is that we continue to tell or send the message that it's okay not to do all year long. Oh, but then you can come in and you can take this test and we're going to promote you. And so we do it in elementary school, and then we do it again in middle school, and then we do it again in high school. And then we wonder why our kids are not showing up, and why our, that's in here, our chronic absenteeism is so high at 59% later in the presentation, because we've allowed it. We've said you can skip school, but it's okay. You can miss all these days of school, and you can come back and you can take this test and pass it, and you're going to get promoted. So it's really frustrating, and I understand that in the end it helps our numbers, but are we really helping ourselves by sending this message throughout a student's educational career. So there's my soapbox. I will step down. Ms. Connor, you can continue.
It's okay. And remember, we designed the progression plan based off of state statute. And so I know that you served on that committee last year, and a lot of questions, when they were asked, the answer is that's state statute. But attendance did all right for those students who were attending summer school in elementary. It declined as the time went on, and we see that historically in summer school. So we know that we had students receiving instruction on phonics, vocabulary fluency, and comprehension. We know that we had writing, a lot of writing across the programs this year. The host sites had curriculum resources and consumables for all, and we did America 250 in the midst of all that as well. I know there's a really great VPK picture of kids painting the flags, so we did all the things, and then we know that enrollment is an opportunity for us, and we actually started discussing some attendance initiatives that we do during the school year that we could potentially bring on during our summer program as well. This also runs until noon each day, which presents that same challenge of parents being able to pick up their students.
Will we provide transportation?
We do, if they take it.
But presumably, the same type of bus stop they would have in a regular school year, it's not door to door, but it's however many feet from their door, it's the same type of transportation for all students who participate.
Yes, which is why we need those names so much earlier than waiting until after PM3, because transportation already starts their routing process for the summer at the beginning of May.
Gotcha. So I'm just trying to figure out the barriers. Because it'd be one thing if we made the parents bring them and they had to pick them up at 3 o'clock. But if we're bringing them back to the house, I'm still trying to figure it out.
A lot of parents did choose to do Carline also.
Yeah, I mean, that's great if it's a barrier, transportation is a barrier, we neutralize that by offering transportation.
Yes.
On the taxpayer dollar, because we're not getting funded for it. Okay.
Anything else with third grade reading? No? Okay, for extended school year, we have Miss Anna Williams-Jones here to talk about ESY real quick.
Good afternoon. So when we look at ESY is an opportunity for extended learning that is federally mandated in the Individual with Disabilities Education Act. And so we look at our students who may experience significant regression without any educational or behavioral supports during the summer. And so the IEP team throughout the school year looks at student data and then makes the recommendation during the IEP meeting about those students who would meet eligibility for ESY. And so when we look at our sites that were serving students this summer, we had Hillcrest School, which is serving our students who are grades 6 through 12. We had 75 students in attendance. Maplewood Elementary, one of the K-5 sites, had 30 students. Marion Success Academy, which is located here, really looks at those students who have significant emotional and behavioral needs. And then Ross Prairie was the other elementary site. In addition to the direct services via the students' IEPs and implementation, we also run a summer evaluation camp for our pre-K students. So those will be students who have been referred through the community, whether that is Head Start, whether that is those transitioning 2 to 3-year-olds who we've been identified from birth who have some significant needs and become the responsibility of the school district to provide supports at age 3. And so the evaluation team completed 150 evaluations during that ESY window, and there were 124 eligibility meetings, and so those students were identified and prepared to step into ESE pre-K at the beginning of the school year.
I have a question.
So I'm going to stop right there.
Those were initial eligibility meetings.
Those were initial eligibility meetings for students in the community at the 3 and 4-year-old age that were identified as students who needed support through ESE pre-K.
So not reevaluations.
No.
And then, this is not necessarily a question for you, although we blur these lines often between you and Ms. Del Nadal. We have talked about this specifically about gifted, but we've talked about it a lot. Did we do any initial eligibilities for anything else besides pre-K?
So pre-K is a total ESE responsibility, so we have a team that involves it. I can't speak for what psych services was able to complete. Off the cuff, my answer to that would be yes, because I know psychologists work all summer and they have a schedule of students that they're evaluating, whether those are gifted or academic and other types of evaluations. So the short answer is yes, but I don't have specific data about that.
I think the evaluations occurred, the meetings did not. So I would love to know from Ms. Del Nadal's team, separate from you, because I knew it wasn't really a you question, how many eligibility meetings were held in the summer so that services could be started on the first day of school. Because I agree with you, psych services works, they're doing their evaluations, but we are not holding meetings because we don't have staffing specialists to get the work done. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct. The other challenge is with eligibility meetings, we have to have a general education teacher there as well, and they do not work during the summer, and so we typically have to wait until staff are back on contract before we can start requiring them to attend those eligibility meetings.
There are workarounds. We always figure out the workarounds. So it's a barrier that I've brought up, and I think that when a kid gets a psych done in April and May, they shouldn't have to sit in limbo land until August to have an evaluation, and then they're missing out on services when the school year starts. So that was a sidebar because it's not really your house, but felt it was important to say. Anyone else have anything?
Just one quick question. Who makes up the pre-K evaluation team? Who's on that?
So there are SLP supports, OT, PT, the school psychologist. And so for ESE pre-K, we also get support from the University of Florida diagnostic team. So they provide additional evaluators as part of those teams. And then we hire specifically, we have an ESE teacher that supports pre-K that works with us during that time, during the summer, because we need to be able to keep that process moving along. But it is a multidisciplinary team, and so we are held to certain guidelines by the state in terms of the evaluation timelines. And for pre-K, when we have those little ones who are 2 turning 3, those evaluations, if the birthdays occur during the summer, they must be completed during the summer. We don't get to wait until August. So we have that team in place to ensure that we are able to meet those evaluation timelines.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Do you have anything, Dr. Campbell?
No, just an overarching thought. What's best for kids? It's just an overarching thought. If we all use that as our North Star, including people who might come in and on non-contract hours if they're requested to do so. Sorry, I'm struggling with just the whole thought. That's not you, Ms. Williams-Jones. It's just what's best for kids. Okay, go.
Yes, okay.
I think, Mr. Orr, did you?
I'm sorry.
I did. I briefly wanted to say just to you regarding one of your staff, Paula Patelli. We work probably a dozen contracts with her every 30 days. And she knows how to get it done and knows how to do it right. Some of them are complex, require a lot of attention to detail, and she's doing a great job, and we very much appreciate her. So thank you.
Thank you. For the board, Paula Patelli is my administrative secretary, and she is a gem.
Yay.
Board Member Thor, did you have anything to add?
Yes, I guess I just wanted to, thinking about, pay now or pay later and best positioning students to start the year off right. I do remember a time, I think, where we had these short little summer contracts and, money is tight, I get it, but we were able to do some little bursts of meetings, if the evaluations were completed and they were basically just, waiting for the meeting. so to speak. Somehow we were managing, to do that. It's certainly in my behavior mind, and I think it's just common sense too, that it's so much better for kids to start in their right grade, to start with their right teacher, to start in their most appropriate placement. For adults, it's a week or two, but for kids, it's everything in terms of getting them settled. So, I don't know how the money would wash in today's times, but I do think with all of the hard, great work that's being done and the effort that is going in to help these kids be successful, it would at least be worth considering. I'm still certified as an ESE teacher for a while, and that's something I would be interested in doing, in the summer. So maybe there's others like me. Maybe there's some gen ed teachers that are on, doing something with sports or something that might be available to come and sit in, on a meeting. I don't know, I couldn't end this portion without speaking to it. So that's what I have.
All right, thank you. All right, let's keep it rolling.
All right, so our secondary, again, to stick with the theme for America 250, we did Summer Stars, Stripes, and Success. We did have those 16 sites open with 44 teachers, a weird number for counselors, but it was just the number of hours they worked per week. And then how many students? So we had 967 students. We did pull back units whenever we found that students weren't attending, and so that gave us another $30,000 in cost savings for either not hiring those units or cutting them off after the first week when they didn't have the enrollment. So of the 478 eighth grade students who needed to be promoted to high school and were missing units, we had 338 of them do it during summer school. Do you want to say something?
No, go right ahead.
You're more than welcome. I don't mind that.
Well, that was credit recovery, not original credit.
Unit recovery, yeah.
So there was no students getting original credit in summer school?
We have, no, because there's not enough instructional minutes for it.
Okay, so just to be clear, everyone was there doing a repeat on Edgenuity?
Yes.
I just, quick question. Sorry, I told a story, Melissa. Do you visit with teachers about this? Because I do hear from teachers about this, that, kids don't come because they know that they can make this up in the summer in just a couple of weeks. And so it really takes away some of the respect for our teachers that are facilitating classes because the kids have figured out the system.
And I believe whenever we had a lot of money floating around, that was a very real idea, right? They knew that everybody can come to summer school. That's not what it's going to look like for secondary next year. And so the idea a long time ago when I did high school summer recovery, we only had 10 licenses and we only were allowed to get those 10 kids in. And as they finished, we could bring in additional ones. But summer school isn't required for secondary. We do it because it's what is right for kids to stay with their cohort if they can, but we're not required to.
Okay, thank you for that. And I want to clarify, because I'm kind of being hard-nosed about this, but I understand that there's a place and a reason for this. There's kids that really do struggle and don't pass a class, and they deserve 100% that opportunity to come in and make up that class. I'm just struggling with our lack of participation. Yes.
And 59% of those students were chronically absent.
Yes, exactly. So I just wanted to say that publicly. Thank you.
Yes, and that's what that chart shows. It does show 499 because we did have 7th graders invited if there was room at those specific sites. And of those students, 59% of them were chronically absent during the year.
Another quick question. How are we, if this is going to decrease drastically for next summer, we have a plan to roll out that communication to maybe students who habitually have taken that opportunity?
Potentially. So, I mean, we have a contract with Edgenuity that goes through June. We typically do summer school June and July, and so we're going to have to figure that out.
All right, thank you.
That was my question as well.
Yeah,
Thank
how are
you.
we going to let them know? Because they think that that's what we got, whatever, 500 kids that think that they can do that.
Playing field's changing, it sounds like, a little bit.
I imagine that will happen.
Can they do Edgenuity at home, just not test, or?
They have to get special permission to do Edgenuity at home if they do the modules at home. It's a specific kind of like agreement that they and the principal says is okay. I know of one of those right this second, and so it's pretty rare that that happens.
Okay, Dr. Campbell?
Would we ever have an attendance requirement that they have to actually have a certain, like they can't be chronically absent in order to even qualify for summer school?
Yeah, school sites do a lot of creative things, and most of them, if they showed up for the first day and didn't show up for 3 or 4 days, they gave them another chance and said, sorry, we're inviting somebody else. So some of them did do that, but I don't know of a specific requirement.
But even among eligibility, so you're saying that of the students that were coming, they were chronically absent. I'm saying if you miss your credit, you're not eligible to come to summer school if you also have missed 60% of the school year. And I don't know that, is it going to shoot us in the foot? Potentially, yes, because the goal here is to get every kid across the graduation stage. But we're also teaching them by giving them so many opportunities. We're teaching them that this isn't like, fail once and, then you're going to succeed the next time. This is fail 743 times and then the, 44th time you're going to be able to get over the finish line. And then the next time you come and you're going to, we're not teaching resiliency, we're teaching complacency.
So, there are kids within our secondary sphere, 6th through 12th grade, who live in credit recovery.
Yes.
They have credit recovery.
Yes.
As a class period.
Yes.
Every year from 6th grade through 12th grade. Maybe not semester 1 of 6th grade, but every semester after that, right? And so I don't disagree with you, but you said, are we going to shoot ourselves in the foot? Yes, because when does your high school clock start for your grad year? The first day of 9th grade.
Yes.
So if they get stuck in middle school, it doesn't hurt their ability to graduate on time.
Correct. They have a potential to make it up.
But not make it up. They still get their 4 years. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yes. But also remember that it's essentially like being retained, and so it backs them up a year. But we also have with units and with what we have on our campuses, we don't have necessarily 2 labs at every campus that has 30 seats each period for these students. So we might not be able to offer credit recovery every period, multiple sections at every campus either.
But we also don't get 14 years of FTE. How many years of FTE do we get for a kid? Like, you can't just stay retained and be 20. So you can be retained twice, essentially.
Yes.
And most of the kids who are credit deficient are also 3rd grade retainees, if we drew that data. Like they're a 3rd grade retainee who.
I would need to look at that. I don't have it.
So my point is, though, we can't just they can't gatekeep themselves in middle school. And then we will stop getting funding for them their senior year because then
They age out.
Then they age out and they still have time to graduate, but we're not receiving any funding to deliver their education.
When in actuality, we would be better if we actually just retained them in K1, like made it a K1. And give them all of the basics which I had a very heated conversation with DOE last year about that because they don't have a course code specifically for that K1. We would have to do it internally and figure out how to fund that. But if we had that actually as the starting point anyway, I'm sorry, we're off on the deep end.
And that was a very big conversation with our school administrators last summer and leading into the beginning of the school year were K2 retentions. We know where we are in the state in 3rd grade retentions and we know where we are in the state in kindergarten retentions and they're backwards.
Well, but ideally, again, this K1 model would be that essentially a student could receive 18 months of kindergarten and 18 months of 1st grade. If we had a K1 specific transitional class that had a dedicated teacher, that those kids that needed to be essentially retained in kindergarten could have this transition year to really get them ready. That's what I argued with DOE about.
Heard that. Add in VEK2 units and it's like a rainbow. Board Member Thrower?
We also lose kids because they're stuck in these remediation classes and they're not getting electives, and with the state push, down to middle school for career and technical education and fun things that could really be engaging to kids. And they're outside looking in, and not able to participate. So it just does circle us right back around to, doing as much as we can to get them going in the right direction while they're still really young, including if you've enrolled them at age 5, they need to be there.
Okay.
Just saying.
Full circle.
Yes.
Taking that all the way to high school, we had 821 courses completed of the 450 students who attended summer school for high school, and this is credit recovery as well. We did have 196 students pass algebra or the geometry retake, so for that math requirement. And of the 41 who passed, we had 190. Of those 41, 36 attended math boot camp. So that's good, and we're working towards that. We had 175 students who passed the ELA exam. I lied. We have 30 out of the 175 who took it who passed the ELA exam, 114 students in driver's ed, and 28 students met grad requirements and walked at that graduation.
So essentially 50% of kids who go to math boot camp pass the algebra EOC. Passed.
If they attend.
Yes.
Yes. High school attendance, you'll see the same number, even a little bit higher. So of those 450 students, 63 of them had been, or 63% had been chronically absent during the school year. And these were mainly, there's a lot of juniors too who attend credit recovery for high school.
Because the goal is to get them as close as possible to on track to graduate.
Right.
Or going into their senior year. Maybe if they'd just come to school, they would have been on track.
More than likely.
And then they could have joined us at our summer graduation that we had here on July 23rd. We had 80 graduates. All 7 of our traditional high schools participated, Bridgeway, and we invited Marion County Acceleration Academy for the first time as well.
And it was wonderful.
So we are looking ahead. We know that we talked a lot about consolidating spaces from last year, and we took that into consideration when we're starting to look forward. We know that we want efficiency in our sites. So this year, the proposal for the VPK sites also is a place that's already holding 3rd grade reading camp, and the proposal for ESY sites are already holding 3rd grade reading camp. So have multiple programs on the campus.
Like it. I like it.
Good. That's all I got.
All right, well, since we provided narrative the entire time, does anyone else have any comments? Okay. Any community questions, comments? Okay. Our one community member said nah, in case nobody heard that. All right, well, that is going to conclude our agenda items for this meeting. We will move into meeting reminders. School board meeting is scheduled for August 25th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. A school capital outlay surtax oversight committee is September 2nd, 2026 at 4 p.m. And an administrative briefing and work session September 3rd at 9 a.m. And we'll move into committee reports and concerns. Ms. Martinez-Young.
No, Madam Chair.
Attorney Powers.
Just briefly, I wanted to say that, a couple of times today I have thanked people for what they do, and that's, I ran into someone recently that I just thanked them for their efforts, and they stopped and said, it's the first time somebody's actually said thank you for what I do, and I can't remember when. So it struck me that we need to all be better at doing exactly that, because there are a lot of people who work hard to work as a team to do exactly what you need to do. And so I had also had a couple of others I just wanted to mention, and that was Sherry Saunders from Marion Technical College, Laura Bolte from Risk Management, who we worked a lot with recently, and Cameron Parrish, who is a brilliant software development IT engineer that we have here. Thanks to these members of the operation team for, they've worked diligently on items with my department. Their professional ability and hard work are very much appreciated, and they absolutely provide a leverage potential for everything that we do. When I try to do things solo within my department without the expert assistance of operations staff, it's not going to go well. And likewise, when they try to do it without the legal, it doesn't go well. So it works very well, and I'm very impressed with these people. And I wanted to just say a big thank you to each of them, and I hope that their supervisors see this as well. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Attorney Powers. Anything from the superintendent's office?
I'll just piggyback on what Dr. Brewer shared at the beginning. This is wrapping up week 2. We are still enrolling large amounts of students every day. Actually, South Marion High School just passed 1,900 students today, so they've registered almost 200 students in the first 2 weeks of school. So we are, especially in the Southwest, still growing very rapidly, but very excited about what we're seeing. Attendance has been strong every day as we've started the school year, and we're hoping to continue that trend going forward.
I just want to take a point of privilege to say, for the community that does not understand the burden of 200 students with unique schedules at a high school that's also had its first day of school ever, that is like a insurmountable feat. So heads off, hats off, not heads off, no heads. Keep your heads on. Hats off to South Marion and their IPC and everyone in the registrar's office and scheduling with the APC who are making it happen, because that takes some very creative scheduling, because if you didn't have 200 seats just sitting around, all of a sudden probably more than just 200 students are getting new schedules to make it all work. So I just wanted to take that note. Everyone keep their heads on. So Board Member Thrower?
Keep your head in the game.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank everybody for all of their great work on an ongoing basis. There is a lot of challenge, there's a lot of inspiration, there's a lot of sweat and tears and probably even a little blood that, you know, goes into all of this, and we're doing great work. I've been seeing some really encouraging Facebook posts too from, and probably Instagram and all those other ones. I try to keep it to one site that I look at, but schools, individual schools are posting so many good activities that are happening and schedules and what's happening to make it more parent-friendly, to keep up with what's going on. We're always looking for creative ways to involve families so that kids, you know, get it right the first time and walk across that stage at the right year and the right grade and with the right number of credits. And that truly is a team effort. I'm looking forward. I'm wondering if we're doing the district attendance task force again this year. Okay.
I'm get it going here pretty soon.
Okay. I'm chomping at the bit. Looking forward to that. Also, it'll be good to, with all of these, just 200 more students at one high school. It makes me think of transportation and how we're coming along with that, and just making sure that they have the support that they need to continue to increase that on-time pickup and delivery. I know that we all know that we have a lot more students that we used to have, and more schools. So it kind of reminds me of when we first started building schools and doing all these different things, and we had to add staff, you know, to the facilities department to be able to handle the load. And God forbid, you know, anyone in transportation that's a key person is out for any reason, because some of those folks are pretty hard to duplicate. So that really is on my mind, and if there's anything that we need to know about as a board to help continue to support transportation, I know probably all of us want to know about that. So we're going to keep on keeping on, and that concludes my comments. Thanks.
You remember third, Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. Just a reminder to the community that next Thursday, so a week from today, are the community meetings specifically about Wyoming Park. There's one in the morning at 9 a.m. and also one in the evening at 6 p.m. on August 27th. So please be a part of the conversation around what that looks like. I continue to struggle with the plan that's been presented, and so I'm interested to see how the community responds to that. And also, just as a reminder, board, if you intend to join us with the Florida School Boards Association leadership development meetings or the social next Thursday evening, please RSVP and let me know. I see at least a couple folks have, but I haven't heard from everybody. So if you guys can let me know so I can make sure the team is able to get that all scheduled. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Board Member Conrad.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick thank you. Last week, there was a food drive for the backpack program. I think it runs through Interfaith, I believe, and Pam Eubanks was rounding up peanut butter and jelly for our children that get backpacks over the summer, not over the summer, over the weekend. And so that program is near and dear to my heart. I just want to thank that team for their work and making sure that our children have what they need over the long weekend. And so I love that gets to go home with the kids. They know what's in it when they take it home. So I just love that part. And thank you to everybody today for your work and great presentations and good conversation. That's all, Chair.
All right, thank you. Early release day next Wednesday, our first one. So like most families, you probably will not remember until Mr. Christian calls you. I personally rely on Mr. Christian calling me to remind me that it's an early release day, so don't ever stop that, because those of us who are very busy and in the trenches forget. So we will get out of school 2 hours early so that our teachers can have professional development. We had a great conversation today. I think we got a lot of work done in presumably 4.5 hours. I'm grateful for the community showing up today. As always, we wish the community would come more. We love to hear from them and have conversation as representatives for the community. So thank you, staff, for being here most of the day, if not all of the day for some of you. We're grateful for your work always. And there being no further business, I will adjourn the work session at 1:25 p.m. Thank you.